Woman hand over my near provisional budget no. Ghana for a change and a woman change. Until one day a Katiana, one better so no. And yet the Babu Swamay. Woman hand over my near provisional budget no. Ya the 8th January no ever sa budget no nya ade aba chene na the year no ever fall so na sa ade no baba no ya fi baba batu odwuma mu ho ano pa ho a enei na kasa say ya ne MP adadafo no nyina eba NDC MP Ahmed Ibrahim Ramsey Adams any Opal Vincent Ahekura any Alhaji Seydou num nyina Genji a omanti mi ama no say abai no wari nto ase onyam enu ti e kasai the agreement and then I award contracts. And what's it can 4 billion Ghana cedis. Say Parliament approval on them. Now I can't obaguha every yes, I can say, yeah, approval on that, approval on China. One more Kasa Kofa companies be. Say a tour as a Mutuama by no. Young fast out to an or more tax exemptions. About 300 million. 80 society as here as I miss as he cannot. One more coffee, now more for a chila kodia kuchebi. Yes, yes, I mean that. Yes, I mean it. I mean, Sani ama wenumunti ana omo say ani ya sani a womo nya provisional budget no maye yansu ya ne MPC nyina afa adwene say sa kro no bo wanti ani ato abama NDC for sa enti wunim na fe ne ya hyase no o ba ma ho kwai ama na nakufu ado abai abedidi agumu botomu de a and the most signs are the new year. More mafia being cried about the dead. Let us say, change the law and 1 month for sure. Let you almost switch our woman so. See a better say. Now, give me a new year, Akadia. Chronobia, Abaya, shop, Bebono. Over to me about you can run, but you cannot hide. And Unti, President Mahama Tikuo, say, Obia, Onim. And now one will be a Oria Abaya Japadia. Say ya Abaya Sasi, say ya Abaya car, say ya Abaya Sikabiano. Yawaho number one. Over Frabako. Now this information no am I. Now information no Yansaka. Open say you both near your pebble. Open say you watch here. Yadi ye bedi achire akọchi sa akọmfo no ye chinu wie na uso sa abasoko kra ye beti me ape bibi aba abeda wase sa waboa ama akọmfo a wo mu wi a wo na ga pade yati mi ache wo mo eno nti ye da mu nyina se na okonu wie akase ye nyina ye be mi ya boso mu na unse baifo wu a odina chija na damfo enti woman damfo a ewo system no mu no ye betimi ehunu woman ni stop pro no sem no ye timi apaja oman Ghana asai abegira na so obi bia oto aba e ma ye bra for her e dis.
There will be no finance minister on the 7th of January 2025. The Vice President can present to this House expenditure in advance of appropriation anytime after swearing in on the 7th of January 2025. And this House will be properly constituted to expedite the approval of the same expenditure in advance of appropriation. While we are very disappointed about this development, we want to caution the outgoing Akufo-Addo government that they will be responsible for all unmet commitment and obligation of state from the 1st of January to the 7th of January 2025. Let me, on this note, thank all of you in advance of our cooperation. In the spirit of good transition, it is expected that the outgoing president, acting pursuant to Article 180 of the Constitution, would have acted in good faith and bring before this Parliament a proposal for expenditure to cater for the first quarter of the year 2025. This was very important because the Appropriation Act for 2025 will come into force on will not come into force on 1st of January 2025. Sadly, President Akufo-Addo planned to leave the public service uncatered for in the first quarter of the year 2025. However, let me give assurance to the people of Ghana and all stakeholders that the NDC government that will take office on the 7th of January 2025 will act with dispatch to cater for expenditure for the first quarter of the year 2025.
Government business, and they do not even care about the effect of our inability to undertake this constitutional obligation. We want to take this medium to assure the nation that should Mr. Speaker reconvene Parliament anytime soon before 31st of December 2024, we as majority led by the Finance Minister will proceed to do this expenditure on account to enable Ghanaian public servants to benefit from this expenditure. Again, if Mr. Speaker should convene Parliament on the 2nd, we will come as a responsible party to do this all-important business. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, you can ask a question.
Yeah. I want to find out, my name is Julius. I report for the Honorable, this budget, call it mini budget, like, should have been presented before the ending of November, where the PFS is. This wasn't done. We elapsed and we are back in somewhere December 31st. This was advertised to be done on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. What was the difficulty that the finance minister couldn't deliver this budget?
The problem was not about the finance minister. The problem is about the lawless NDC opposition. It's as simple as that. You recall that the finance minister was ready as far back as November. That was when they started their lawlessness coming to occupy our seats. They would not allow government business to proceed. You should ask yourself, what suddenly changed? Why is it that when Mr. Speaker gave notice of Parliament resuming sitting on the 16th, why is it that immediately they came, they went to their own seats? Why did they avoid the struggle? Nobody prompted them, they went there. The finance minister brought this letter to Parliament, Office of the Clerk, 23rd of October. The letter is dated 22nd of October. This is responsible government. This is a government that is responsible, that wants to act within the confines of our laws. This was brought, I will give a copy to the media. It is as a result of the NDC's lawlessness. That is why we are where we are. And we are calling on Mr. Speaker to take control and demonstrate his firmness to stop the lawlessness of the NDC minority. Enough of the violence, enough of the chaos. That is why what happens next week, we are saying that as a responsible government, anytime Mr. Speaker convenes Parliament, it's not within our powers to convene Parliament. Anytime we had recalled Parliament, these same people were chastising us. They would even announce that they wouldn't even come. You recall, before the elections, we recalled Parliament to do government business. They said they wouldn't take any of that, and they didn't come. Mr. Speaker wrote in response to my memo that because of the closeness of the election, the Parliament could not be reconvened. So we've done our bit, and we'll continue to work in the interest of Ghanaians. Yes, graphic. 2 more questions and we're done.
We appreciate your readiness to pass the bill. But from proceedings since Monday, we made to understand that until the minority cooperate and support the passage of the 1B1F.
No, we've not given them any condition. We have never given any condition. They are the ones who are giving conditions. They are the ones who have been obstructive. It's as simple as that. Yes.
Last night,
today we did the addendum. For some strange, mysterious reasons, the pre-SHS bill was taken off the order paper. I had to cause the reprinting of the order paper, an addendum of the order paper, to have the free SHS bill. Why are they against the free SHS bill? Why don't they want the free SHS bill to be passed? Yes.
last night the Speaker said both leaders should resolve it. Are you sure?
We engage them. We are saying that if we come back, if Mr. Speaker should recall Parliament, we would ensure that in spite of their lawlessness, we will table the expenditure on account of appropriation. Last one, thank you very much. NDC for no, in your finance minister, and on Pesoba. Makasa 23rd October, and a finance minister, or the Krataba Parliament, so Peso obey sa expenditure on account. NDC for no, almost your munti. And then so sa no moye. Omun pesa ban ejuma kosu because o ma dwen o mo se o mo nwini. Nti ya pesa Ghana fo nyehu. Say Speaker, efre Parliament, say yembra Minister Finance, why you ready so obey in ejuma. But ya pesa Speaker, ojina na so because the cost no eya omete. Because anytime NDC for beka say omuntie no na as a Speaker no wadwojo agi atu. If je say embrace to say as a Speaker okasa omuanim the cost no enye the betumi aka no ye da se.
Abusianfo ema mu nyina akwa abasononko edemoba so ene adumre ene de every MPP member is happy. Every MPP member is really happy and happy and happy and happy. Ere Yankopo ase se ode yen abedrum pempenso wei. Abusia ene matrase wa konwam se de munyina wonim no edin no ensesai midin ene Mr. Mafo ha eye RAZ Media GH on YouTube. Sa so no betumi ahweme ewo Kennedy Japan Junior on Facebook. Wa trans abusia mesre wa se nyantobo ase na peba bitra. Nyan toboase ma ho na pe babitra na me no emedi juma no se de da bia ye no ye ba de yesre mu nyina ne se mbobo modern na mo share yem video ama yen na mo like video no nso aka ho na se bio ene na ye first time wa pm e wo page we ana YouTube channel RAZ Media so a de mesre wa ne se wo modern subscribe to the channel. Said Yebeya, Brebia Eba Life, no, be one of the first people to get the notification. Say Yaba, say Anemo Bedin Komo. Page way so dear, deɛ yɛ nyinaa ne sɛ asɛm no sɛdeɛ esi teɛ saa na yɛ dɛn yɛka no wɔ asɛm no sɛdeɛ esi teɛ saa na yɛ dɛn na yɛka no yɛdeɛ yɛnyɛ sɛ obi ɛyɛ yɛ nipa nti ɔyɛ adeɛ na ɛnyɛ a yɛnka daabi woyɛ yɛ nipa na ɔyɛ deɛ ɛnyɛ koraa na still ra no yɛbɛka sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yie yɔ ɛbɛba ɛwɔ yɛn nyinaa yɛn ntam na yɛtumi atena ase sɛdeɛ ɛsɛ na ɛfata abusuafoɔ ɛnɛ deɛ yɛate asɛmdɛ nanso na ɛbɛkɔ nsɛmdɛ no so no maame mfa nkyea kakra ɛma nipa a ɔmo aba a ɔmo ɛwɔ me nkyɛn wɔ ha a yɛne ɔmo ɛyɛ program yi nana kwasi mekyia Jeff nyam tachi mekyia wo nso ɔsɛ mo ɔfa na saa nso na Phantom Frem Asareyeboa the first mekyia wo nso Phobia member TV on YouTube Phobia on YouTube mekyia wo saa nso na Phobia member on Facebook mekyia Phobia I want to say menim sɛ nyankopɔn adom baabi ɔwɔ biara no wo ho ɛyɛ anyankopɔn ɛbɔ wo ho ɛban abusuafoɔ mama yɛnkɔ yɛnim na yɛni nkɔmmɔ kakra anigye sɛm a aba ɛnɛ ne sɛ finally ɛpatapapie tɔ a 7 December ɛne 8 and 9 December NDC foɔ ɛkɔhyɛeɛ no yɛde mmara woro mpieto mmara ɛyɛ mmara ɛne ne edi ɔman no so ayɛ mame ne wo yɛnya ahotɔ ɛtena yɛ man mu te sɛ ɔmamma a obia ntumi nsisi yɛn no saa mmara no ɛnɛ ayɛ adwuma ama ntorotoro asɛmfoɔ no ɔmo ahu wɔn dɛn wɔn egyina bi dɛ sɛ yɛ ani yɛhwehwɛ no Sam George Mr. Boxer Mr. MP Boxer aka Mesimu Jire Kakraka aka Menantu te sɛ obi asabio o 200 meters aka majimi ama manya power majimi na aye triple papa enebra na obeto wasum Jimmy modi amodwene sɛ entrotrasem ne basa ye no na ye bra mo politics na mo ye no enye kudita na makoye o ha NDC for ene mo nkora abato na yekoto ye no enye kudita na mo ye ya mo de wini ye o ye di democracy na ekoto abana ena mo wini ye said yetumiti ase ananado amfa the power of the armed forces in the country ankese mayen koto aba na Dr. Bawumia metena konwa so na mom no otumiti ase se yen koto aba na Ghana fo emeyi de metena konwa no so no eye saa mra na ede ye adwuma wo man no mo emra ne nsesan yo ase dun katianom emra ne nsesan yo John Mahama papa ya to aba ayiu sabio your opponent odi emra papa democracy ya adwuma mo no ankasa ba abontia be declare defeat before even the EC self will pronounce untumi hwe de unwa kuma we ya ye emfa ntu hofo enkondato ho te se an ex-president ena Jimmy Keka Aden John Dramani Papa Mahama, our former president and the president-elect. Why? The MPP side is showcasing a pure democracy. What the amusi no ye the Lawrence and a dear bar manyo semu or the two and a dear bar manyo semu. It said the tia biania dear sans some phone away a bra bom yen to min tontune. Hey, that's Sanya, you know. Sana na sending Cananado and so crabby to me use the powers. And Cananado dan kwa kufuado bet to me use the powers. And they are detected the winner of this election. Oh, when media NDC supporters say, yeah, no. Some of you are very full. Muwo character bi wo mumua. Samukobo abino bi kasa. You guys don't talk sense. Ben seme be pimo numa bani nyina na ane enkwasi asem. The into me ignorant in what? Ignorant is not doesn't mean nothing unless you specify where am I ignorant. Ye Jimmy Sam na okay. Ha? And this ni kwasi ampanyi ni ba obe pie mu wo ha. Me pese me boni den. Afei na mahye mi sho ase o. Afei na mahye mi sho ase. Sa wo pese me do be ye show na me di wo atem o maame o papa ne wasefo nyina ene o party a o support o pese me di mu nyina atem na me stop ba bi fa na ne jana amaso no emfa ho meje pese me mfa nko mo soro ho na pese me mfa jana nko. I have a reason se mesoja aguma pampam enti sebio Monkwasi abana amakwa akoto no power na amonsa aka ne se mo se ensomo na mo ba social media so aba ba ye bullying ewo social media so a bra ye mu binum ye nye easy sa o enti me stop ba bi tra ai hwan me nye easy sa o comment na o twere no me pa na mema amanfo ahu bet metima di watema bodi mo bia ahu ba bi owo so yare kwasi ampanyi Jimmy mo dia mo bo bi video ase ankwasi comment nko a nyansa keto akura ni mutim Jimmy fo ye kokoto aba the government in power atimi aba abonte abeka kire wo se wawene I have lost abro no na the armed forces say wo Ghana manim nyina hye ne nsase na wantwe so na wantwe nkura ma mentime ho ase ama na ono ankasa begina abonten ka kire mo say malusu mu na mawene na mu Jimmy adokuru mu ntino sere amode mo se mo pentokwa na akọ sere amode mo se mo de sere be ya o man be ye basabasa sere be ya o man be tete apansam sere be ya amamfo be wuni ama mo de nkwasefo mo Jimmy every election and this ni ba akọ be wu. Every single election that will happen in our country when yakuranya ni 2 or 3 4 and this 4 omubewu ade dia ben moja omumu enti nyansa ye fe ni nyansa ebigu mutim mudidi amono mo nkwan mudidi amunya namowe Jimmy every election when ye nipa ama omuanwu one this side ana yen ne 4 ana 3 afibia ade democracy na yesi nyina ye di akire no. What is the sense of it if we cannot still avoid people from losing their life during elections? Democracy na yesi ye na asechire ne sen ne ye kanyan sa kyerem na obegina mo keka nkwase asem we su be kona baba panyini bi o obekọ no no ni 20 years obekọ no kita be 30 40 50 years Jimmy wa Jimmy atete apansam Jimmy nkwa na obeka ndo pa kyerem o me ankasa me platforms hey panyini pe ba bi gina na ne de rasta man ya hard udi agoro me twa bo mo wapira am family agoro Jimmy chepe ba bi tra ni nkomo na mo nkwase asem na mu di ni Ghana no ye mu binu ye Ghana nka be ma mo ada nka de be ye mo nka mo belusu hope ye na yetimi konka ba bia stubborn boys o mo se o mo wo no yetimi konka ho no mo atu chama ye what do you know ha ameme ka se obegina ye nkwase asem che pe ba bi tra kora na ho hia me sister K Barima, that is Fiora Bakupe, Mame, Memoaqua about what to say. You say, I'm coupon out of here. Sister Akosia, Sister Akosua Onyameche ma wonso akwaba. Abusua nyansa sembia na meka kwasempanyi ni wede ne ho bete. Chese medwene ho a I cannot understand, I cannot think far. Yakwa akwa akotoaba. The government in power, the candidate, abegyina bonten anaso. Ede akyere Ghana fo nyina se wagye atum walusu. Abra na nipa na yedi tumi ama ne se ono ne mmra bonten meka de ahwene na de alusu enkasaye. De ben na efe a echen we. Ha? De ben na efe esinse. Enti se Jimmy mpo na nke wo ndisi fo tim ana abro ena nke wo ndisi fo tim a nka after doctor begyina bonten ka asem enti se no wo se nka ndisi fo emfa tuo nkwotwere dan na asem mfa na asem ko, because that expression na doctor de ba bonten no, it makes everything clear. Say there is no need to arm yourself because the democracy that we are all following is at work. And I'm a sister. Sister Coach, I am making. Am I lying? Hasib Adam Gabriel. Asema making throw. Phobia, mame comment no. Asema making throw. Senanado or no ye president no nipa obe jinamani party edi kamba abonten make say MPP for ya lusu and this is for manwenia. Echira will say there is no need to cause violence because the person in power has already admitted that he has lost. So you don't need to arm yourself. But Jimmy, nin trasem and dokuru nipa binoma. Almost omoye democracy or montiasie. Almost no ye said ye TBI beko. Said ye TBI beko. Baby any kwan said into kwakon ebeko. MP resource ayebe boye mama mobo. Ye hu se ha ye be lusu a na yakoye problem ho na ya yeden. Na yamaya ya pronounce ye candidate as the winner. Ye bobo abano kura na NDC for no mo supporters ye to share the coalition center and even the polling station center baby aye kan no mo to agu ho. Ye mamo nye mo dwuma wo semonye. Aden. Enti de mo ye ena nye say MPP for believe in laws. Ena nkomo so ema so edihia mo a nke ene enka mahama na ene musimo yi ni so medi enso no. Enti nkobenya nipa binom so adi. Sister Dana pia mo akwaba. Se mo de mo koye ni various polling station, various coalition centers. De mo koye ye ena nka MPP for so strike ye ena nka mo de bebo mu a enka ena me no ka say ka NDC new MPP new John Dramani Mahama asiedu nkatia o hwan ato forcing o Joseph Yami ne hwan kwasiafo no nyina enka ne where will we stay na nka nyina betena na when people are developing, when people are changing the way of doing, which is the bad way, to be better people. Now the others are trying to do all what they can so that the people will be bad like them. Samija Simimi Amemwakwaba from Hamburg. Abra MPP paying for a showcase maturity, democracy, knowledge, and they treat the world, no. Now his excellency John Dramani Mahama eda so pushing and kwasi afon so munni kwasi asem okurum. Na where asem wo ya mekan videos no they see what coalition centers no bebre no muhu bi me go video bi oha me ba be bo akyerew na watie the voice e was no na tie what was happening there. Abrana, His Excellency the Vice President, I declare say ono no lose no still and kwasiafo with they were doing programs at the coalition center. Now ehefa ena wati bi da say ye bobo aba ye nyamfa police station bia resource emai osi mi nyina kakra na aba no so na memfa nikire obi se wa nwene me da say mo minti bi da o minti bi da say constituency ho no police stations near 20 ye de mo 15 na aba nti 15 na aba no emu resource no osi memfa nikire ampi bi se ono na wa nwene for what reason bibi ha mo yare adwene na enya adwuma mabobodam me asem abese me nkama ndc fo nti omo ho ase ne se so omo pese Ghana man enna so na ho na yenyina yenya asomdwie se ye betenam ti se omamma na ye betumi enya akwanya ye daily activities na ye bekoso abo ye bra ye bekoso ye nyuma ye bekoso akọ aba ye bedidi ye beda ye bewo na yase betre ti se nyankopon kan se adasama muni na muni di na mamwase nnore no se betuma ama na yeyi wo ye man no mu a mesre ndi si so munya nkwasiasem. It is overdue. You have gone beyond the red line. Babi amakwa kodru no, you have gone beyond the red line. Say MPP for ye ntrotrust for kakra ntrotrasem wo mumu kakra bia enkasale hyewe ya yekotu ye nkantokwa besi Ghana. Enkantokwa besi Ghana di enti ameka ne sa. Say obi edi ne vigilantes ba na also do de ba na mo nkrahye entokwa na expand from vigilante to leaders, from leaders to supporters. Oman so ayetim no obi a support a party. So automatically it will become a civil war between the two parties. Na no mfaso ben ena wom. Na no kwan ena wo ye den wo petumi na kodi ne so. Na kwan na wo petumi no e de kodi ne so. Na party a ye wo papa panyin bi ti se sie dun katia wom. Papa panyina sie dun katia wanyi unye nipa ketoa moa na moko ya ye de mo beye de me moja ne mo bre ne mo nim de e fight say ye benya kan bi mami nkan bi amamu oyo e wo man no moa na moko tena ase mo de tum ho da bi ase mo na moko twere the constitution ase kire ne say de wo constitution no mo nyina wo sie dun katia one na mo egu tim ti se bu. Na wo sa nipa ya utimi kɔhye enkrofo bi achi so omonye ntrotro asem. Wo sa nipa ya to abawie na amanfo nam coalition center hyehye ballot papers twa jato ballot papers im na wote ba bia wote ntimi mfrɛ won kan kyerɛm sɛ masa munya de moye na we enye democracy. Ode mama ye hwe video we bese me mo video we nkyerem na munti asem a ekɔɔso ɛwɔ constituency bi de omode ye yenka ne sɛn EC officer bi ɛwɔ hɔ ye wi ana ya to aso just a minute I mean mo video we nkyerem mo video we nkyerem wi ana ya to aso in the correct manner. Yes we dem hwe
yet, but I'm told that Edugita Tamaklo.
I was not there video you. Who have video no? The NDC, na papa na kan wa down hono.
On the day the ruling was handed, has subsequently filed a motion in the Supreme Court. I don't have access to that process. I don't know whether you have it to Samson.
Yes, I've seen a certiorari application and a different application too for a stay.
Oh, okay. I haven't had the benefit. Okay, so as it is, I don't know the terms and the orders being sorted out. Of course, for certiorari, we all know it's clear. It's to push whatever ruling has been handed. But the other applications that have been filed, I don't know the extent and content of the reliefs being sought. But I thought that today would be the final day for the collation and let's borrow the recollation of the pending constituency parliamentary results. Be that as it may, I don't know what effect the processes that have been filed in the Supreme Court, the effect they will have on the orders handed by the court. I have not had the benefit of a read, so I can't be too certain what they are. But if what I'm reading is anything to go by, the EC is poised to commence the process today with security provided by the National Election Security Task Force. So I will want to believe that all things being equal, the exercise would continue today.
Right.
But Samson,
Senior, are we going back to the Tesano Police Training School?
I wouldn't know where the police have authorized for the exercise to continue. Yeah. But I'm still inclined to believe.
And understand it's at the old EC head office.
The old EC regional head office at Rich. Yes, I read so.
Right.
I read so at Rich, the regional office. But Samson, let me say something in passing. Honestly, Samson, I have been very, very bothered and worried about what has gone on in the last couple of days or weeks. And I'm speaking from a background knowledge of being physically present at the Regional Collation Center on Monday, the 9th of December. I was at the Regional Collation Center in my capacity as head of Legal Directorate of the Bawumia 2024 campaign, and also as chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee of our party, to supervise the continued collation of the results of the parliamentary elections in Okakwe Central, Abikma North, and Dom Kwabenya. I was there with some other officers of the party, and Samson, should be told, what happened there, to be very mild with language, was a complete disgrace to our democracy. I'm sure you saw footage of what was going on television because your team, the Joy FM team, was there.
Yeah.
Look, Samson, it is only by providence. I'm telling you frankly that I'm still alive. Because what happened there was scary. At a point in time, I was there with the Venerable McMenu, our revered Fedowari, and Ambassador Edward Boakye. We all were constituent heads of the directorate of the campaign. And Samson, the NDC sympathizers or supporters had besieged the room had virtually overpowered the police. And at a point in time, they held the keys to the room. So you couldn't go out without their express permission or consent. And the chaos in the room. There was one particular gentleman, I don't want to mention his name, because I want to preserve his identity. But maybe when the investigations unfold, we will see. There was this particular gentleman who was so rancorous, so boisterous. I don't know what had gone into him. And at a point in time, he and others literally held the returning officer, threw him from a stage that he was, dragged him, and hit him in his chair to declare the results. Look, we were all there, and really could not understand what was going on. Much as his other colleagues were trying to calm him down, I don't know whether it was a show of bravado for everybody to see that he was doing something spectacular. And we were there, the four of us, with our candidates, with our candidate, because Patrick Boama, the incumbent MP, for risk of his own life, he didn't show. It was only our PC for Ablikuma North, Ekuya who was still in the room, but the officers for Patrick Boama were there. And then Dom Kwabenya, we had been advised by the returning officer that the process had been stalled and that we will hear from them. So Makokwe and his group also left, and we were there. But I must, at this stage, it will lie ill in my mouth, and I'll be doing the service to this gentleman if I don't mention his name. I must doff my hat this time around for Dr. Otokuno. But for him, what will have happened will have been disastrous.
What did he do?
He had to calm down some of the irate and angry. At one point in time, one of them said to me that you have been coming on television, radio, and speaking big English for the MPP. This time around, we'll teach you a small lesson. But I remained very calm.
That's a criminal threat.
I knew it was, well, as some said, at the spare, and in that moment in the room, there was nothing you could do to justify any action by the police or so, because the police themselves have been overpowered. So I said to him, really, why? Have you staged a coup d'etat? This is a process we are all supervising. So what are you threatening him with? I couldn't be bothered, but I was there. Meanwhile, the imminent fear of being lynched was real. It was Dr. Otokuno, at the peril of him getting even beaten by his own sympathizers, who calmed down the situation. Later on, he was joined by Eduji Tamaklo, Adaudu, Amaliba, Adekoka. I think later on, Agbeshiwoyome also came. And we started exchanging pleasantries and they spoke to their people. But the atmosphere, Samson, was charged. And I just cannot understand why our friends on the other side would think that with this challenged atmosphere, results could have been declared. Indeed, the results that was declared for Kakwe Central was declared without 31 polling stations. And as to how they came to that conclusion, that you can declare results for parliamentary constituency, parliamentary election by just collating 161.
Did I lose Frank Davis?
abusianfo semate. I think say munyina video ya na etwa gui. Mohu. And it is not only about narration, but it is also about video evidence. Enti mi bisao. Ye nyina yesi yesum democracy. Ya kwa akotoaba. Ye ko akokinkan. Die ben hawa ena menu suntia. Ukwa akoji coalition center abo ubo se. Yen mo o MP. O presidential, one can say o parliamentarian candidate. Yen mo ne se wa wene. Even though you know so wene. Die ne how. Adwene ben da wutim. Adwene money ben aba wutim. Die nti awdwene se enam democracy nti enipa da sani sore kogina ballot paper. Efa ballot paper. Edi kogina ballot box sum. Eto aba edi yi nipa opeso mera medi ne so. Na wo se wo de wo yan DC ne nti no o mpese yebe fasa process no. Yen choose your candidate as your leader. Finish. Finito. No discussion. What be that? O my ben na democracy na ewo eye adwuma wo ma sa niema fun we yebekoso. Se nye bibi ena ha obi o yan DC supporter na NDC their hierarchy their head se nye bibi na ye omu adwene na se aseye o se adwen money na ewo omu timo se ntokwa na omu pese omu nku se odwene ho a wonte ase na obi a yayi ni se oye supervisor of a party wako jina nipa nim eye den trete no nipa doma nim trete nipa no adan a wako jina TV so kambrofo na ye ka mo NDC for nsemo amaka na TV ni radio so during this campaign ebinie from the last communicator of the NDC ebi onena ma bonten or from the last communicator bi otiba bi asebi oti Facebook page bi so ana YouTube page bi so ensemfo ne nkwasi asem ne entro ne atemudi a mudi adi Ghana fo MPP fo ne omo nya MPP fo nyina ebi enie na enu nti makwa akogina coalition center trete amanfo for so amanfo se yenye den yen na so momo candidate as a winner abra munim so onye winner abra mo ankasa munim the reality say say nipa no onye winner because senka munim so onye winner adenti amoma yen kind the other what them call pin sheet na e wo hon yen kan nyina mom na ye make announcement na memba na maba be kire mu die nti a enkwasiafo we fast adwene we to omutim because omo kwasia panyini Sam George aba bonten abeka die nti a omo make sure say saa ne man be koso coalition center ho saa so na jo mahama ka panyini na ankasa the head na ankasa no ono ankasa ba bonten aba abeka die nti a sabio omo forso EC for no EC officials no say omo pronounce their MPs as members of parliament. Omo abeka. Omo ababonten ababeka asem no. Now if we are dealing in democracy, na say mo showcase this type of stupidity and this type of violence in a peaceful election. What are you expecting the nearby elections to be? Say nkwasi asem we amukodi no coalition centers. In the 2028 election, no, it is either you like it or not. The MPP too is going to arm themselves. It's obvious to say. Agreement na mokoye ya mo se hwan ne hwan vigilante groups yentwitwam MPP for yeji two ma ye de ye say we have isolated ourselves from any vigilante groups no eye kre say NDC for wanti mo ho amfiri ho entimi bisa say 2028 abato na ebekwa akoto no NDC for how are you expecting the MPP to come to the polling stations? Huh? How are you expecting the MPP's parliamentarian candidate, any MPP supervisors, no? Quite Ben so na more expect say they will come to parliament. Omo de omo sapa na parliament. Na we bia no. Enipa amedi brem no bono kese. Enipa amedi brem no tone so bono so more pa any IGP Dr. Dufu Dampare, who is a very bogus man. IGP Papa ni a very, 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 very biased. Say what to me at no my mo. Now do I spend millions of dollars to equip you and your guys. Ya to talk helicopter mamo, cars, emfidie de ye kan ye ntumi nkan wie. Ya to talk some fidie we nyina mamo kama se mumfanya adwuma. Na day of election. Ose o intelligence and timi ampeke say NDC for they were plotting to go and create this chaos in the polling stations. Who's one to me and detective who say NDC for were planning to go and do this stupidity over there. Oh, Carmen, por favor. And no one saw to abeda. And then Mr. IGP, one saw to abeda say, "U police for now, the omukogu, hono munkita too." One will say, "U police for now, the kogu hono." Now, NDC for supporters, no. Omo hu agency omo timi gifa omo so to the point that they go direct to the ECs. Na ye de ense bro EC chest so say kase nipa we na wene. Na ya so EC na ye twe no. Na ye bubo amanfo boso pronounce winner kase we na wene by force. Na wo IGP there, hey, one magana for ye ense form. Every single respect that we had for you, you have lost it. You have been a very bogus man. Nana Prince Mwakwaba, you have really been a very bogus IGP ever in this history. Because you heard Niema Pa Abangwe Yamamu police for Monsaka. You heard Kwaya Nanado Pa Faso Atitia police for Morgan Maimu. You require another fast within a need to form say the security issues is very important. I am Nusuntia or spending millions and millions of euros, dollars. So or the bemamo brapa or the mamo jumana ye krabehe or the mamo near mamo to me juma ye fe. Na papa what to me as supervise such a bogus election, dear papa. When you must sit to the highest level. Hey. Cancel this one from your CV. You are very stupid policeman. An IGP where Jimmy said me who be that. And I me kura hey. Omame the head of the Ghana Police Service. I can detect and see when people are planning stupidity. Every NDC man, I can intersect everyone and see whatever they want to plan. Not one to me intersect it. Say, IGP, my member was to China, you better make a set here. Because what the Muati? What Jumana we are in the 7th December, no, and Swani. What Juma ye in the 7th December, no, and my tea wants to say, who only and this for equa pam. Sister Nodi and Yakume Mwakwa, I want to say. The Moyani 2 Moyani sa election a common annual day. Bibia say. Now when NDC for aqua palm say way any say and on mobile because it is and kawun to me trauma NDC for team program such a violent in such a momentum. Abra also want to say Abra also want Abra also want Abra yama wa candy we are seeing now. Not what to me at Nasia cause prison officers. A soldier for the omoko honso munkita too. Na ye dim kwasi asem we abra before election one ka so ba abonten be kan kire Ghana for say yen kan yakomantum na wo ne wo police for ma yen hyehyɛ ye kama say de be ye adwuma na mo abato na ye ba beto no mbetumi aye mo adwuma ama yen kan say ntrotrasem ene menteme ho ase bi ma. But at the end of the day, you were not able to protect the ballot papers. You were not able to protect the ballot box. You were not able to protect the pin sheet. You were not even able to protect the EC officials and the MPP and other smaller party supervisors. Any pump went to me, any pump here, the first important thing that was there. You were not able to protect them. Now when I say I bet say what shall see PPS sika ma so for so mo nkoye yen kan say prophecy say obedi IGP na yampamo on so wani magu ase na de ye me ya any NDC for MPP for showcase the highest level of democracy. Now one day almost say, and kwasi assembly ni Jimmy ni trotro assembly kronone basa yen na me yes. That's what they wanted to do. Now me catch that will say video be about bonten. Me pese obeti video no be pa. Me bo video ni we are na ma chiro the entire NDC for. Na omoye de no de video.
Look, Samuel Tete, read my lips. That press conference is as useless as the baller dump. I'm telling you.
But you say me kese papa we kese Samuel Tete the second chairperson. Se Jemen send you ono ne wo ho. Munya so na munti asema papa we ye munti eni ye.
No. Look, Samuel Tete has no power. Please, Alfred, please. Samuel Tete has no power to make the determinations he is making. They are inconsequential, of no substance, will not be adhered to by anybody, and let him mark it today. He should begin to resign from the Electoral Commission. But Rabina Obin, Fosna Kurugu, Ebi Bright, and Baba Sadiq will be sworn in as the members of parliament
for
their respective constituencies. Samuel Tete is not the law. And the law, look, if Samuel Tete does not take, look, the soldiers he walks around with, the soldiers will run. They will pick their boots and run.
So what is the position of the law? Let's get into it.
43. Section 43. See,
Wow, Jimmy. Abrawo Sam George kwasiam panyin we ya oti hoyi. Unim whatever happened at the polling stations and in the coalition center. Kwasiam panyin Sam George oti hoyi. He is one of the people that orchestrated all this violence in the coalition center. And what same China ho betra wo say easy no asem obeka say abato no baabi wo ho a said omusifa so ye niema na nkoyie, so they have to recorrect them no na wa betra ho kan kwase asemwe. Now the critical point is still coming. Would you to the critical point? Listen.
127 regulation 43 43 on page 31, subject to regulation 42. Immediately after the results of the poll for the polling station in the constituency of the returning officer have been given to the returning officer shall, in the presence of the candidates or the representative of the candidates, or not more than 2 counting agents appointed by each candidate, A, assemble the results from the polling stations without recounting the ballots in the ballot boxes, except where there is a challenge by a candidate or a counting agent in respect of the specific ballot box. B, fill the parliamentary election results summary sheet as set out in Form 1D of the schedule. C, give public notice of the total number of votes cast for each candidate. D, publicly declare as elected in the parliamentary election the candidate who had the highest votes.
Kwasiampanyi Sam George, asema wo Kenya na say all the ballot box should be counted. And if it's about coalitions, actually say all the pin sheets must to be counted. It is a uko jina babi. Now uko declare ubi se uko force ubi se only cre so be awene abra ko pin sheet be free polling station be maya. Emrana o jina so awode kasara. What sense does it make? What sense does it make if the basic the you can say it for say font, if the basis of the law is not sufficient, how can you determine, how can you apply the law that you are reading to the basis if the basis is not complete? So you see yenya all the collation, yenya all the ballot papers counted. Na yen to ngu pin sheet so. Na yen keka pin sheet ni nyina mom na yen nyina no so mfa ni krese obi anwene aba no. Na se yenyanya all the pin sheet ni kan ya. Then ehefa na emra na wo Sam George wo ka no. E kire wo say krese obi na wene. Tie, let's go on.
Then it goes on and about the rest there, about filling out the forms. Now, the returning officer has the mandate to declare the winner of a parliamentary election. Jean Mensah, Osman Asari, Samuel Tete are not the returning officers in parliamentary elections. In fact, the district director of election is not the returning officer. There's a constituency returning officer. When that officer makes a declaration, the only way you can invalidate that declaration is by going to court within 21 days. It's clear. 21 days. It is not in the mouth of an MPP sponsored Samuel Tete to go and hold a press conference and say that he has no such power. And that's why I say to him that this look, if he has taken money from the MPP to stop us from getting 2/3 of parliament, he should return it. He will vomit that money.
He says Okaikwe Central 110 inches.
What you? Assembly na American minimum semotin here. This is the reason why Sankrofo way ekato wonkrofo na nimu se wonko police collation center ho na wonko forso easy for no pronounce their MPs as winners. I didn't hear because St. George say emra bi o kan ho kire say the returning officer ejira nipa na nim na okase nipa simasi wo na oyɛ the winner of this election for the parliament seat here. There is nothing that you can do unless you go to court within 21 days. Sebra semiya be ma miya ba wo hweme. My sister wo hweme so what ase. Chese papa kwase ampanyi we person kire say isinya bie na no ewo collation center ho. No kese say ni pasimasi wo na wanwene a. There is nothing that you can do about it to change the declaration of the EC boss unless you go to court in 21 days. And today, plan and kwasiafo we fire. Plan or fire and say they will be massive. They will go in their numbers at the coalition centers and make sure say they are going to force the EC officer to declare their MPs as winners, even if they are not won, because according to Kwasi Ampanyine Sam George, so far as the EC officer has announced publicly, say nipa win no, there is nothing that you can do to change that declaration. Huh? Abusia, mo like video ni enko yanim. Ya doors but nipa 7 pe and I like video. Mesre mo se mo ba. Mo wazana mo like video na video no entumi enko na nim na ye no so kakra. Mesre onso se share video no mame na yenye den yentumi enko yanim. Like video no fa unsabo like no so na yes, share ma wadam fufuo unuanom. Ohu nipa na omo nyina mra na yemfa nsempa no ye den emrem. And to the economy, they intentionally plan, say, they are going to force the EC officials to pronounce their MPs winners, especially Presicia or Monimus or Molusu. Said the Bayer bit me chin a man for answer, no more benya 2/3 of the parliament. No more to me the D and Quasiasem parliament, no more to me the Abokrono Cassia or parliament. Met said the Biayakano, Patapa Pieto, ya de mra, Patapa Pieto, ya de mrana, yede, euro. Eti Akwawe, he was the man who orchestrated everything because of say he is using the constitution, to do illegality. Abusia Mr. Mo like video, and especially those on YouTube. Mr. Mo Monfam some more like and also any command. So yes, sir. Na YouTube me kumachi because say doso na ya like here. Na akoye say YouTube it doesn't intimate promote video. But say like here, YouTube will say video, no, it makes sense, and they also like to promote the video by themselves. So Master Moa say moderna yen like na yen share video no na video no yede pushi enkona ni madam ase. Abusha, you hear what I mean? Sa kwasiampanyin we yo to a watwa boy ya to ne ti ho we ye tete style. 19 kwajo ho mu ena na ye pie boy to eti ho. 19 kwajo ho ebre bi atwem ena na ye pie boy to eti ho. We ya ogina hoyi. Akwa we ya enche bia ye be ma na so trumu beer. Phobia medase. Sister Kosia said, did you know that Prophet Owusu-Bempah said IGP is an NDC? Yasem. Sa kwa we ogina ho yote wo sisi ya akabo so me kakra bi trumu bill no omo ane be sign. Sa kwa si ampanyi we na 9% okwansi oman no. Because of say he wanted to trackish the system. O se moto abeda ho. Wa hu se moto abeda ho. Ena mekana enkontompo kwan etia. Enkontompo ne kwan etia. Se wunim ade nokore da ho. Na obekata woni se wo de semone no ne enkwase asem no na jimisem na mode mu yesi de ye NDC fo. Ye de enima ne ntotrasem. Ye de NDC fo. De ye pa ne se ye be ntotrasem na amamfo beka ye ho asem se de ntotrafo. Moya ma ne Ghana ye din in the international world. They consider John Mahama as a revolutionary leader. They consider John Mahama as a violent leader. Monkwasi as a Munti. Na obia wa free so koye juma apesika de abra de abehwe ne yede ne ma. Na mu Jimmy se Munti more threat amamfo to kill them. Ene verdict na beda ho. The reality has happened because Sam George, until you do the right thing, the laws of the land does not favor you. I mean, can you trim? So we are the Senate, the fata, and amra, den, a bow, hobine. So we are the ense, and the emfata, ne the emfamra, quine soa, emrano, and more hobine. Entim kwasi amra na wako trend TV3, akrom 4 TV station wa, wako tena uye Mr. Bukulong, kanchine Ghana for no. Mrane nya juma, because at the basic, you did not do the right thing. Senka moma ye coalition nyina complete. Ena nka ye declare resource. Ena MPBC on tiasia. Eno no nka mrana wo ka no eto asum. You see, he who come for Sekura ni yesikan Mr. Mo ami abusia mi ure free. He who come for justice must come with equity. So far as you are searching for justice, you must be somebody clean. You must be clean before the law can protect you. Jimmy. Now what better ho? And then me say kai. O say boss masare. Declaration of Monday ba bonten said. Sabio. Mo baba Sadik. Sa akwabia. Na no kotena UTV and no join num no. Say I catch them. So say obia ni obetumi asi ne kwan. Say man ma parliament. What can you tell? Sa baba Sadik na nanse bi one ofre ne sen kana Japan adamfo ye frɛ ne sen A+ mokɔtena ase wɔ UTV one show a yɛse yɛ show a yɛse yɛ yɛnka ne sen entertainment show at this time there aba dan political platform a mokɔtena na ɔmo dwa ɔmo anum so ɔmo anwene no baba Sade kubɛkɔ fie enkwasi apatapa na opanyini we say or DDC or the defend no, it doesn't make sense because from the basis you are an illegal. Now we manfufro bi mo a enka all these MPs a yabubo mu din se mo seat ye dikre ma amane asia je afri mu nsam because of patapa asem ne ntoto asem amukodi ye no manfufro bi so anka be chimu nyina ngum because what you did is equal to coup d'etat. Jimmy. And kwasa semna mukodi ne wo hono. Senka ye manfufuro bi so a enka be chimi ogum because it is equal to coup d'etat. Say you want to submit the willing of the people. So who decide say nsema nipa binom the willing of the people enipa amanfo akogina adaka ma to abamo omo so omo na omo man ye omo aginam nafo ewo parliament na momo se monte ase mo sesa no it is equal to coup d'etat. The constitution of Ghana say obi koda na oso da impo so obeye coup d'etat nipa no ye money tuo nku no. Ghana constitution no emratem pon da o man no kire se Ghana ni ba bi koda na eba ni timpo se opese obeye coup d'etat e wo dai mu na yenya laya constitution ma kwan se yenchi ne money tuo nku no na wo so ye an MP elect through democracy but at the same time you are trying to prevent democracy to work o modam bibi how abusiam for me like video ne yanko yanim mo me like it mo me akoma no so na like no nye dodo na video no ntimi pushi wa ya yeden ye di democracy mom na yi amo abaye MP and na wo so dey ya o you are fighting against democracy. You are fighting against democracy because you feel say because your president has won the election, you people also must to win by force, by crook or by gap. Mabubodam. Enti Sam George. Umari masem na ukoyen wo TV3 no. Umari masem na ukoyen wo TV3. Ena EC second person untumi nyehwe on the 7th of January. Ye kwa swear in odi amopa mom odi se wo si wa jimi a se mom pese mahama betena konwa no so a ye koduro se ye kwa swear mahama in on the 7th January hona odi mu nkodi nkwasiasem nka konwa no ebebo wo abome na sojafo abefo man na fa dan se mu koduro na ye swear mahama in na mo amma democracy am function said the winning of the people. Ama ye the decider of who to lead. Na mo kase mo bedi nkwasi asem wo parliament ho a. Me say akonwa no ebebo mahama. Because mo deɛ ba no munim o deɛ koso amanfo ti munim onse mahama ne nkrofo na hye ase keka na wanhwe mahama ontena konwa no so nche wanhwe ebetu na saa fi we se mahama ba no bedi nkwase asem be ye mama asem enkwada ne Dubai ne Jimmy sema he will not stay more than 6 months ye beto na atwene te sekana man entimo de se mompese mo leader no obenya akwanya ne asumdwie e de atena konwa no so a 7 January eduru ho na yekọ akoye the swearing in of the MPs and be happen on the 6th of January na wo de munni nkwase asem of parliament ho munni nkwase asem e wo parliament ho say these new MPs are through the recounting of the ballot papers and pink sheet ye declare omo as the rare winners of the parliamentarian seat with the munkodi nkwase asem na you see what will happen to you mo ankasa mo beti mu jejereje na hwe say 9 good constituencies nkwa enkono NNDC for anyai ama isifo anye wona djuma said ese na fata constituencies nkwa hodo enkono NNDC for si dabi omonte asema democracy very because democracy in very omobewe na mesida bia mekase me de patapa pieto ye de be na ye den ye de mra ena woro patapa pieto uya ho se wo no ye se uya ho so ye be ma too much amaye ye den ye kogyawo sa asem na mpemfo kan na wase kire o sa uya ho so ye be ma too much a ye kogyawo ho ye bo utu oku na wawu ti se odwan na waka ho enti santro trasem na abeda mumu a modwene se Ghana ye modie o sa papa we especially Sam George we eduru ba bia the way that he conduct himself unhu se odwene se Ghana man ne ye ono ne man ye se ono ne de Ghana man ba ye o se ye ne dia o se wato atwa ka odwene ho a wonte ase e na America no Sam George we ye wo ho be ma too much a ye den ye kogyawo na moma yenkai ne yehu se constituencies ahodo enkono NNDC for ama kwan ama MPP omo victory na omo anya yentumi ana so constituency mako enkono 9 enya de ketwa nene mepese me no nyina yenye den yenhwe the numbers naturally. What is wrong with the NDC? Yenshase from number 1. We a year. I was young for say I made a little bit of mistake. Yeah. Just a minute. Mommy had it. Mommy had it. I'm here, dear. Bow, young queen, why I am about. Just a minute. Sa picture we ya uhui eye ahafo ano North. Ahafano North. Parliamentarian election. It is not about percentage. Parliamentarian election. It is not about percentage. It is about greater than. And I say less than. And they declare who wins. Where I have no notwa. Na papa we fene nana agima prempe. A ujina muma MPP amanyoko. Ene kwesi adusei. A ono ujina muma andisi amanyoko. Yeko kinkan yabano. The rare numbers of munya yeni. MPP amanyoko no. Anamujina nino. Enya emano 20,353. 20,353. And this in Inunsunya 20,233. Pacho, Sanambas way guhoi. Who is greater than the other? It is obvious to say the MP is in numbers greater than the NDC MP. By how many difference? By 121 numbers. Abusia, in parliamentarian seats, 121 vote per arsenal. And your numbers kitwo. It is not easy to get that numbers different. Obikura to me the one single number, ADMP, maniye, just with the difference of one number. Enti obi amakoto abono adi wusu 121 vote difference. Adenti anyo no na wene na mbom no the ono no enya 121 vote less no na wene. Momfre ndisi for no machire mi. Friend this for no match mudi entia ahafo ano not na ye bo sabio kwasi adu sese ono na wanwene abra the numbers ye onyaye na ye lower than the MPP ni nyaye eto musa sa na eto aso entie sa ahafo ano not we ene eye finally declare yes introtrasem eye NDC for de emra MPP for dear. Patapa Pieto, ye de mra ne wro. Amanyoko bi omudi muasem ye de mra ene chichire won. Enti ne officially talking. Ahafano not eye MPP for akonya. Welcome, Mr. Nana Ajimai Prempe, for winning back what the people gave you. Yanto asun ko yanim. Say about 9 additional seats ababeka MPP amanyoko no ho amane from 82 that we were declared we have moved to 90. Yeah, we have moved to 91. Yeah, koyanim and this for that supreme leadership no one my foot. Yanto aso. Well, I had you put 1,000 womb about 1,000 difference. I have one Southwest constituency. Yewura Evans Osei Dapa Ejinamu Emma MPP. Ena Yewura Abubakar Sadiq Ejinamu Edema NDC. Abusianfo ekoto abani wiye no. MPP ni no enya 16,088 vote. Ena NDC ni no sunya 15,372. Enti se ye de ani kura to se ye difference wide na. Yebeke say the Elvis or said Dapa, I would NPP. Enya about 900 votes superior than the NDC man who had only 15,372. On which basis would you declare Abubakar Sadek as a winner? Now, Obeke say Evans or said Dapa a loser. How can it be? How can this thing be possible? Tell me if I'm exaggerating. But it is clear, say, numbers don't lie. Mathematics is not an opinion. Mathematics is fact. 1 + 1 is 2. It can never be more than 2. It is 1 + 1 is 2. The end is 16,000. 16,058 minus 15,372. Ebe ma sebio 600 and I think 680 something. Yes, 680 something vote different. And with 608 something vote different, you want to say by which means? By which means? And over to me 15,372 are winning over 16,058 votes. It doesn't make sense. It is a criminal thing. Where a coup d'etat. Sang a juma way and this for to me, a coup d'etat. Who else is there? Say a koya nim na heard the next in so a Techiman South constituency. What do you mean? Can you her numbers? No, her numbers in a no. Her numbers way a good. Yeah, Yaji said the presidential Yahweh yet ye once. But ye mawun Sicilian just for your personal parochial interest. Techiman South constituency, but be last year. Ivan Sankama Miriam Wakwaba. But be last year, any pan 9 no munina year and this for Jiminti Omohido Monquano. Afiwe, they repeated the same violence there again. They tell me cancer hill. Techiman South constituency. Yeura Martin, a J. Mensa Corsa. Papa were very famous in politics. Were deep politics a chiache in MPP. Corsa, Nidin. Papa we shall saw your politics in yen. Ejina Muma MPP. Christopher Bayere. Ejina Muma NDC. Mr. Martins, Mensa Corsa, enya 46,663 votes. I mean, for S and count votes. Yahweh and this in Christopher nya 43,429 votes in his favor. Etimiya. Obia na niefra. Obia na sonti asem. Obia onko school da. Empono ehwe numbers we ya. Bibia di adanse se MPP ni no. Wamene. Bibia di adanse. From 46,600. Na mi ko 43,427 Made to me crack a tamania kase. Sebio MPP ni no enwene with more than 3,000 vote pass. Abusia, 3,000 vote pass is not a small thing. Enya de keto betima bu ani aguso. Akese wuhu. enye 2020, enye hundreds. We are talking about thousands of votes. A difference over 3,000 plus. Now, okay, say, ya, miya, now we are bonnet. Na sabi you boni bi and about team. Evans, numbers we ye gu hoi. Ebe ne dem pa na nipa da senya ke say NDC ni na wene. In which manner? Kwan benson of us wene ye. Ye favorism na ye yana. Are we doing favorism? Are we doing things just for the favor of somebody that we know? No. We are dealing with numbers. Who get the more numbers, that person wins. And if it is for this purpose, and I did declare who wins the parliamentarian seat there, and I can tell you by authority, say, Martin Ajay Mensa Kosa, and when overwhelmingly with numbers, I can call 3,000. 234 difference. And a papa de win 3,234 different votes. Utimbe now eye wanim se me NDC ni ye frame St. George intimi yampin wa wene isi ntumi nye bibi amfa umodam wadwene no problem nim ha your reason no reason na bibi nkonsi ye na ye se de mupata pa asem no ye de mra ebe wuro ni nyina firi moto na next time muhia nipa musua nyansa enti officially me na so akire mo say 30 man south yewia Kosa MP Kosa awene. There is nothing that you can say about it. Yena yenye Mami Esther, Sister Esther, legends. Yena yenye Baba Sadek, legend. Mina minye maba Ghana ni ba ohemio. This is one of the most bogus political party that can ever exist on this soil of land. Near Ghana, on the soil called Earth. We are seeing that one. Who had the most bogus party, political party, confusion, unfocus, no ideology, no direction. And kwasa yena yenye yaba. Who Baba Sadek? So we are actor, so we are music producer, said na we you minim dia we. Who Baba Sadek? Okan Kwe Central. Okan Kwe Central. Papa Panini Patrick Boama ejina muma MPP. Papa yi enya 21,099 vote in his favor. 21,000. Yenti Baba Sadeka okotena UTV na anu odwa na num no. Baba Sadek nsunya 19,000 tio wanru 20 mpo. 19,368 vote in his favor. And so no NDC for the EC to declare Baba Sadek as the winner of the parliament seat. Abusian for me like video no mesre wa say ene your first time so na wa subscribe so that be ya ba live for baby obia no obenya hint say yaba na wa den na wa be support e mesre wa say momo mother na mo like video no ma me na YouTube entimi push video no nko nanim wo Baba Sadek gato aba wa wani pia say vote wa wunya ye 19,368 unim ni yie nso sɛ Patrick Boama papa panyini wei ɔno nso no ne vote onyaayɛ ɛyɛ 21,099 vote cast in his favor. Na ya so wo nsa dikra wo sɛ wo na wanwene na wo so wagye atum gyimi nti sɛ wanwene ɛde aba betena UTV show base so edwa wanum ɛde kyerɛ wiase amansan say you are the MP elect. Papa, sign kwana koton ukoko. O parliament seat and fatao. O kind kwe central for enim valua sabio ye papa panyini Patrick Boama ewo. O kind kwe central for omone papa yi atena eho ache omunim ne ye okan kwe center for enye nne na omone Patrick Boama etie enti so ohwe difference of vote na e very clear upon all the work that you did, the evil plan that you put on place, upon all the unimaginable situations that you created over there. Still, Patrick Boama is the winner of this constituency. And he is the one that is going to be in the parliament to represent the people of Okankwe Center. Entiabusia, officially from RAZ Media GH on YouTube and Kennedy Japan Jr. on Facebook. Abusia, Okankwe Center. Yakese Baba Sadik, a new elect MP. Mantie won ayentro. The MP elect by the people. MP nipa dom no yi no so medi omoanim ye frɛ Patrick Boama. Enye me na meka eye mra ne na eka. Enti hanso officially Okankwe Central ababeye MPP another vote. There is nothing that you can discuss about it. It is official. And Patrick Boama, you're welcome. Congratulations to you, Mr. MP, and I wish you all the best. Baba Sadek, kona koton kuku, koton wache, nkonkonte, ko na koma mahama mao 24-hour economy ni binye anajo ena obeye juma. Uwanim koko nti anajo ye juma ebehu. Abusian for mesem wase mon like video no. Momo akoma no so na mengu say yes, some of you like or love me. Yes. Ti momo akoma no so na video no tumi ye den. Pushing kona nim. Mesem wase momo akoma no so na video no. Pushing kona nim. Mon like video no so na mon share na mo invite some of your people to come and be with us. So be ya. Enyuma no ne nsempa na ye ka no ebe ko akire na nipadom ebetie na eba beye adwuma pa ede ama me ene wo ama daachi bi apato bi ebe kwa akoto nsunsan so ebeba no eso beba mfa so na me pese me nsanfa sa akwanya bisa me nkan kire Ghana fo ne MPP fo ne me nua no me ma me no me nafofo no ma mo hwe me nyina se hunim se adwuma wo ye ayeye ye sheda nji akatua bi emfiri MPP fo ho ye nji ska bi emfiri om ho de mo betumi aye de aboa yen a support yen se mo ba mo be like video no mo be share video no na mo ne yen ebeguso aye video no eno na aye mo nso mo part of contribution eno na mo nso mo ye de boa yen ti mesre wa se wo ba na wa like video no na wa tumi nso a share yeah and then so na your first time so a message so say subscribe say be am ba live da bia na won so no be dey who be to me abeye part of it. Now, me sanso de asemo ya to dwa. You can join our group on the Facebook and on the YouTube. Eho ye ne namfofo di nkomo. Yetimi fa adwene yetumi eka create programs ebeye bom. Aha. Wa obe join group no bia no, you can organize to have programs together. Yes. We join here. Yes. And then we join with a little bit of contribution. Yento aso. Enti abusia Okai Kwe Center constituency. A constituency bia MPP for there. NDC for no. Omo anim agu ase ewo ho nso because mathematics no enye ideas, enye preference, enye suggestion, enye fact. Enti Patrick Boama 21,099 against Baba Sadiq 19,368 no. Bibia Chrepe face ye papa Patrick Boama the MP elect for Okankwe Central and the official declared MP elect for the 9th parliament year. Yebe constitute on the 7th of January 2025. Yento asune yenko yanim. Yeko yanim so ana yewo nsawam aduachiri constituency. I also say that here, hey, I had a Frank and no dompre. Papa, wako kudene. Numbers no kura say wako kudene. Mimi na atwa poma memo akwaba. I want to say. Hansu sabio said the net here no. And this for the amount to trust no mayeko declare Fumi Philibert say on ye the MP elect for Nsawam Aduachiri constituency. But the official results not to say Frank Anodompra Sabio Ojina Muma MPP no Onumum ene nipa enipadom na omo omanum constituency mansinum eto aba edema no. In fact, according to numbers from the EC office no Frank Ano Dompre enya emano nko 29,640 ena NDC ni Fomi Philibert ensunya 29,433. So yent timu na timu utiti bi film kika bi bomo a ekire se Ano Dompre ede sabio 100 and no sorry or the 207 another pre and the 207 votes different and the winner the Nsawam Aduachiri constituency parliamentarian seat no and so no NDC for a declare edema Sabio NDC because they wanted to get the higher numbers of parliamentarian seat. Na nkomo de aye omone ma bet. Ankone sa no kure no aye den aba abedadi. Enti abusia yensisu biem officially Frank Anodompre is the MP elect for the Nsawam Aduachiri constituency. Let me repeat it again. Nsawam Adua Donchire constituency. Yewia panyini Frank Anodompre a ojina mu ema MPP amanyokuo no is the parliamentarian we can say is the MP elect for the 2024 election. There is nothing that you can do about it. And also, enkodaho. Na yenko yanim. Na yenhe the next people who have also won this seat across through the recoalition. Yento aso producer can be gum na yenko yanim. Can be gum producer watch it. Producer, give me the next one. I'm the next one. Next is Obuasi East. constituency. Obuasi East constituency. Ehanso hemu kama. Na ufa binokoro no. Yeah, now him from far. Ibi achire say, hey, ehaso de abusua asem na ye din o. The difference is the difference is indifferentiable. 9 votes of difference. Busia. Anameboa. 40 minus 50. 10. Shey, papa. 19 votes different. And a papa di win here. Timmy BM. Na send isiko see here. At the beginning, Obuasi East constituency. Ebeto abontene say NDC ni Samuel Abuaje. Ena you know, as a member of parliament for Obuasi East constituency. But medikan enemu di nkomo before ans na yeduru ha chirechire mu say NDC for the tiny ni gidigidi ne ensemone ne dede ekofo so isi for no mo pronounce so some MPs so mo anwe no mo sita bra na enye nokre enti isi ne samba na chi ebe kenkan pipes ni ye e de call na nimu no ababeto abonten say Obuasi East constituency a na nka yesi NDC ni Samuel Abuaje e na anwene no enye nokre enipa wanwene parliamentarian seat no your friend Charles Forsen MPP ni or the 19 vote different and the winning na bano me can say before also say parliamentarian seat there obi timi the even 1 vote to kura there enwene mane beye MP e mane ye enti 19 vote no yes papa wa kokudene but you are still the winner of this. Enti honso no Obuasi East e mo bi nada say enye no kore say NDC for MPP for winning seat no kore MPP for and winning seat. It is an official declaration coming directly from the EC office. Enti Obuasi East, the winner is Charles Forsen. Ono and a winner Obuasi East constituency with 19 vote different. 19 vote different and the winner. Yanto aso. Jomero pa domero enlusu. Hansi ya watema central. John de Milo pa de Milo Lucianka mesori asa. John Milo Lucianka. Yento aso. Ka obese maso na me po dance pa misa. Anije pa ani. Ebi bright. Atu force say your PPN obetuma kese obi bright. Enye MP for Tema Central constituency. Obi bright na wini. Baba Sadiq anwini. And this the reality is different from what he was talking about. Ehanso sa abusia, the resources out here. These are the recollation results from the EC office. Tema Central constituency. Asase na yebodin say sebio ebi bright and awene enye nokre and this for the nada ne ntro ene basabasaye ene kotugu isi so se onye den oni kre ebi bright say waye den wawene eha ena ye kire say isi no yesi na oye girl na girlfriend se hwan na hwan yon sembebre wa kire. But after ye recollation, I didn't near matter 2 years. Yenya pen sheet ni na asoja fo beji collation center ho e bomb bo so mo bro kwasiafo na no yɛtumi akeka papers no nyinaa bom yɛkeka bɔɔ mu no deɛ ɛbɛtɔ abɔnten ne sɛ Tema Central constituency no a MPP seat. Na MPP seat is so another say Charles Forsen awene the seat with about 55 vote different and or the winning here 55 votes different and or the winning here enti Tema Central so no enam no ka say eye MPP for and ayedan afa akonwa no ede abo wombo MPP for or say MPP and ekita akonwa no MPP for and ekita akonwa no with this numbers no bibia say 55 numbers different it is enough to be elect as a member of parliament. Abusian for mesremo say ye doso ye nipa be say 80 and I hear video yi mesremo ase mon like video na ye push video na video no ntimi enye den enko nanim aja o like video na enko store here but to me it means a lot to me nti mesremo ase o dey fa won see like button no so na en showcase say wa like video no na yenko yanim na yɛtoa so ana yɛkɔ parliament fufu yɛkɔ constituency fufuro constituency ben na yɛkoro yɛnkɔ ne nkɔ hɔ wei Baba Abubakar Sadiq wo wasɛm na yɛme de ntima repeat no mpɛsɛ nka John Demilo nso kura lose John Demilo I wanted John Demilo to lose but we lose ɛyɛ me yasa make say nyame ya na me boa make say nyame ya na me boa John Demilo nkono so lusu ya na nka ya tenkwasiafo no so kakra free parliament ho se de medi kan e ka kire mo no e han so yenwia panyini Patrick Ano na ye den elusu yi abuja mo fanche me ase me ye mistake kakra da bi yenwia panyini Patrick Yaw Boama na winning ye or winning ye with the huge numbers na about 2,000 almost difference. Enti officially no ono na ye den wamene enye Baba Abubakar Sadiq ato forcing ne nipa no wantumi anwene ono so wadi nkukuo yento aso na yenhwe the echo. Yes. Which I say, Bibia Danakwa Muse Nadia officially, no debate. Won't mean debate man in ye, won't mean Kessa Yano Kre. So, Father Sia, ye declare, Ama Bibia to assume say, Sassi to enum yinano, AMPP for seat, no. The supreme one of Wano, and ye Juma Bib. The supreme leadership, no, and ye Juma. Saya na yeye mpanyimfo na yenya 20 seat na yenya 40 seat na yenya we no enya adwuma bi menti ene NDC for pa omonko hyepo NDC for pa omonko hyepo enkwase asem na omukodi ni wo parliament ho no ni nyina no ayeden atwa ahyewo dede na omukoye no parliament ho na omodwene se omosu bi maada no edemra ani nimdeɛ aworo pieto no nyinaa afiri sabiu ɔmo ɛnantam a sesei ɔmo ntumi nka bibia sɛ ɛnyɛ nokore na ɛwɔ mu no ɛna da abɔnten yɛse sabiu wodi bɔne a na wahu sɛ bɔne no a wodi no ɛmfasoɔ bi ɛnyɛ dɛn ɛmma so ɛma wo because say ye democracy dia ene moma ye nyina yen constitute ye ho as Democrats. I am practicing democracy. Say the beya ne ma pana ye pen wo ye mam num no ebe den ebe to aso. Mo hwe video we. Nyina akwa abase, mo nyina akwa abaso nko de ba.
The official declaration. We've never seen this in our history. Emulate. All these things about leading on issues when long before the official declaration. We've never seen this in our history. Emulate. All these things about leading on issues when we finish, we go and sit at the coffee area, eat to lead them to be lawless. So let us all accept the process. Processes will be followed so that we know the final outcome. Aduejiri
ti ebra na afenyo markings edim sem no betu bia abra isi eye recount no wie makramo
Obuasi East, Nsawam Aduejiri, Techiman South, and Tema Central. So how many have we counted so far?
7.
We've counted 7.
Okay.
It's not about 7. 7, an absolute number. So all we can say is that glory to God. Democracy and rule of law require patience, resilience, determination. As a nation, we've come far, and I don't think that allowing violence and chaos will solve our problem. My joy is that both parties took matters up in court. The court has ruled, and the constitutional body is doing its work. Let's not overstretch the pillars of democracy through our unlawful conduct. Let all of us conduct ourselves peacefully. For me, Dr. Bawumia has set a positive pace for all of us, the political class. The first time in the history of Ghana's elections that a presidential candidate has conceded long before the official declaration. We've never seen this in our history. So for me, that is one thing that we should all emulate. All these things about leading mob to attack vigilantes, attacking collation centers, insulting people and all that, it won't help us as a country. Sometimes, depending on how it goes, somebody will be happy with it. But you know, with time, it may catch up with you yourself who is benefiting from it today. So I would want to urge my colleagues in the NDC. We are all one family. We are a family. In Parliament, we don't fight. We all debate on issues. When we finish, we go and sit at the coffee area, eat together. Sometimes I wish the cameras would come and capture us there, where we buy food for one another, we eat together. We don't even find out whose food it is. Perhaps Ghanaians don't know that as a political class we are one. But at the same time, we should not create a certain impression to our followers that would lead them to be lawless. So let us all accept the process, encourage the electoral body to do its work, so that at the end of the day, democracy will win. There are times that we are not happy with certain decisions in Parliament, but that is democracy. Mr. Speaker makes determination. You would have to accept. If you disagree, you express it and you move on. So I would congratulate all my 7 colleagues who have won and wish them well. We are going to meet in Parliament. We are now in opposition. We had 82 seats previously declared officially. These 7 adding to make us 89. We have Domiko Abenya pending. We have Ablikuma not pending. We are hoping that the processes will be followed so that we know the final outcome and then we can count our numbers. If the 2 go for us, hallelujah, it brings us to 91. If we don't get the 2, we know we have 89. We'll move on. After all, in the 1996 elections, MPP had 61 seats only. from the 200-member chamber. And that 1997 group, as determined as they were, as formidable as they were able to win us power in 2000. So for me, as a leader of government business, leading my troops, I'm not perturbed at all with this defeat. It's a moment for us to reflect. Politics, there are bad times and there are good times. Today you win, tomorrow you lose. Tomorrow you lose, the next day you win. So we accept it, go into introspection, introspect, look at areas that we went wrong. The party itself will take a decision. National Council, I'm sure, will commission a body to investigate the causes of our loss. When the report comes, I'm sure the recommendations will be implemented and we'll take it up from there. After all, the NDC lost in 2000. The first time of losing power, they didn't give up. They regrouped, they reorganized, to the extent that Mr. E.T. Mensah, of blessed memory, came all the way, walked to the MPP headquarters at Kokomemle and asked for a copy of our constitution and used that as a model to enact a new NDC constitution. What a beauty of democracy. Through that reforms, you remember NDC those days, they had a co-chair. They didn't have a national chairman. And they did reforms. By 2004, they came in strongly. They were able to even reclaim some of the seats we are taking from them in 2000. For instance, Ashama's seat was ours. I mean, was theirs. We took it. They took it back. Dadi Kotopon, they took that seat back. And some other seats. Fast forward, 2008, they were able to now win back power. And President Mahama, President Mills of blessed memory, took power. Then we also went into opposition. 2012, it was give and take. We landed in court. Eventually, the court ruled, and we learned our lessons. That was when this issue of pink sheet came to the fore, that we must pay attention to the pink sheet. Through that, the outcome of the court proceedings and the judgment the court delivered, we read the court judgment, learned our lessons, and in 2016, the rule of the game was protect the pink sheet. Through that, we won 169 seats in parliament and won massively for President Akufo-Addo, almost 1 million votes, which was also very unprecedented. Because if you compare what President Akufo-Addo had to what President Mahama had in 2012, President Mahama had won with barely 300,000 votes. And we winning with almost 1 million votes was very monumental, very huge. It had never happened before. But fast forward, by 2020, we slipped. We lost a lot of our seats, and it became 137, 137. It was only a single seat, the Formina seat, that gave us a single majority. Come 2024, we've been dealt with. We've seen our smoothness level.
You agree with that?
Of course, the reality must be accepted. That is when you can make reforms. If you don't bring a closure to a situation, you will continue to be in depression perpetually. In every situation, accept.
Okay, sir.
And after accepting it, you can then move on and make changes. Therefore, I believe that with our current status in Parliament going into 2025, we would be very formidable, we'll be determined, act collective, and ensure that all the mistakes are corrected, rebrand our party, and make it attractive, and give hope to Ghanaians. We know we did so well. However, the people of Ghana have marked the script, and they say, go home. We'll do that, and I'm sure that come 2028, we'll make it.
Abusianfo, that is the outcome. Enti muma yensi so biem omo anwene no na yemfa show yemie license ntum na amanfo mfre. Enti no recollation results Nana Ajumai Prempe and Awene inside of Kwesi Adusei. Sansona Yakoya Nima. Yemia Elvis or said the pa and Awene Ewo Ahafuano. Yakoya Nimbium Swa Ahafuano Sono. The outcome actually prefer say Yemia Elvis or say the pa and Awene. Yeah, with a huge image, a difference of numbers. Sounds like a court the Chiman South or Babia 2020, Enipa 9, Ewu Yanonswa. I was Bibia say, Sabio. Now the difference was even more than 3,000, but still, the NDC forced the EC to do a bad pronouncement. David Memoakwaba, I think this is your first time seeing you here. Omadrana subscribe number can't go. I say this means most of the polling stations were won by the MPP, by the EC officials were forced to announce it for the NDC MPs. Yeah, Mimia, what I see here, Pepe, Sa and Ekoe. That is what the NDC did. Nana Atoma, or say Mr. Speaker, Agwan Smarman for a Kingsford. Mr. Speaker, Agwan Kingsford Swana Waben is the shameless man and stupid among the humanity. Wow. Nana to me, I say, good evening, Mr. Mafo. Maybe Nana Memoakwaba, I want to say a call or kind quay center and so on. So, Patrick Boama and a winner inside of Baba Sadek. Moment call your chibium na Obiankai. Na you said that pronouncement here. For so easy for no more make here. They has all been declined. Miriam Evans and Kama Clefon. So say good evening, Mr. Mafo. Good evening to you, Miriam. At the same. You call Sabio in Sawam Aduachiri constituency in Swa. Yemia Frank Anua Dompre and a winner here. And also winning here with a margin of about 207 vote. I know the winner here. Sister Akosia Onyameche won so mechiao. CNDC, they can't stop stealing. Skakuro Omuria Ska. Now see vote. Ujao Homberia. Henry Nas, or see you are right. This is a coup. Yes, this is a coup d'etat. Because as a person who decided the wedding of the people by force now, you don't want to count the number of voters. A coup d'etat in every aspect. Nkrofo yo senke nchi omuntu yenjeri won anko mumfo nsu yansa bet ndisi abai ena aba abedi omano suntino. I think that it is very difficult so mbetwe omo aso yenko yanim na yenchi a atiefo na Henry Nas I said this guy must jail. He want to bring problem to Ghana. That is whom we call that guy. My bonny video says here, Sakwana, Sam George, Jimmy. Yeah, and I said, no, okay. Men to us in Koyanim. Phobia member TV, Phobia member say, share. Shamun share video near Koyanim. Say a call Boasi East constituency in Sua. Say a call Boasi East constituency in Sua. Ibiache says, Charles Forsen, and then we need and yet NDC candidate now a friend Samuel Abuajeno and then we need yeah. Sana tia momento aso na yenko yanim. Sister Norida nya konso good work, bro. Good evening, Mr. Mafo. How are you doing and your family? Sister, we are all doing good. Thank you for being here. Sansuna na parents in the street. They blame the MPP because the gentleness in the MPP is too much. Yeah, Nana Prince also made our say any contribution. Sister Diana appear, Mame Diana appear, Mame at the same. See, good evening, beautiful family. Good evening to you, Mame. Sansuna Hasib Adam Gabriel. Say MPP never lose hope. We are not losing hope for no reason. We are going to win the 2028 elections. By all means, we are going to do that. Sansuna Yemia Hasib Adam Gabriel. Or say, yeah, but you can't ask him. You caught them a central so Charles Force and a winning it be bright a bit to me akope kube aton kuba e moro ne so be to me akọ ena sister Esther K Barima fiura ba akope legends sister Esther we kumio say legends ye na ye nie sister Esther me chia me da se ene obre sister Coast onyame che me da se bebre. Sister Esther K. Badima, I will say, RAZ Media GH, good evening to you and your family and the family. Akumano Dawson, Medasi Bebre Kwa, Sani Epeno. Phobia Member TV, Phobia, Mechao, Medase, Ene Yeah, and your time. I thank you for your time. Sako me money day, Onyeni Papa. Phobia Member TV, any Phobia Member TV or YouTube. And a phobia member ewo Facebook, another powerful platform. Obo adwuma minim se nchebia obekanji agum sanso na yewia Jeff Nyamtachi wonso mechiaw ewo babi owo abusianfo yenhwe video no si a ebie phone lines na tum na mafre ene eye Saturday ti mesremo yenma yen ho 5 minutes and 5 minutes na Obia ntumi mfre enkasa because I believe say ne course no ebeba and then say course no ebeba yes my home 5 minutes na ya be full life na tum utumi frɛ na wa yɛ den wa kyerɛ wa dwen enti abusuan de ekosi yɛ no ntrotro afsɛmfo no ɔmo adi chobo seat bi a na yɛ MPP di a yɛ wene no kama bia no a asɛm ni ho no ni nyina bɛyɛ yɛ deɛ sese aka tu pɛ ɛna ho asɛm ɛda so ɛwɔ isia ɔmo yɛ ntotoyɛ so mbetumi ɛde yie yɔ ato yie nti before they decide no this is the outcome of the pending 9 parliamentarian seat na yɛhu who is the winner umenhwe mahama
no say edru election
abusema bie phone last na tumutimi frɛ na wa kyerɛ wadwen momento aso mama tufuo or say good job bro good evening mama what is saying I say I'm watching you live from Washington DC. You're welcome. Still MPP all the way. Of course, now mommy 2-4 Mwakwaba eba channel way so and then your first time I may read your comment. So yeah, I really welcome you on this channel. Message on so say bomadrana subscribe our channel no so say be ya da bi eba live for ubenya line na waba. Sanso na Wilson Kofi. Hey, Mr. Wilson, there has been a very long time. What does you sunya na sa wasan yaba? Panyine me Mwakwaba eba channel no so. Yeah. Abusia my phone last night to video way ebono utumi frɛ na wa kyerɛ wadwen madam ase ene bra munya ye ene mo ebeye show sesei aduru sɛ mo nso mo bɛkyerɛ madwen
ten time na amanyoko bia epre nti ne obeka bia ama nipa akoma adane ama wo eno na obeka nti entra now the film no kra now the film ye the frefra no kra no ho ye nka na ya the intro film na o de onyoma eba utua freight ewo ho container be $3,000 oba shipping line no or the agent o ha na waje krata no o se je se utua ansa na o de krata ama o enti sa ewo lomi enti sa ewo Nigeria ada na Ghana kwa utimi tua container ba ko shipping line be 24,000 cedis ento asum enti je se ene omo trase ni etete sato no so se na be ya mo so mo ho ebetomo na enhihye a yedeba meka wo kumase ene se yebenya companies bi na omo ne banks na yedwuma enti se onim se wo nyoma eba ubekwa akohu omo na oni pre enti ne obeka bia ama nipa akoma.
Okay, bra Kofi Wilson so da so osunya bra wache osunya yo because so ko osunya ya chepa I believe say yeah you went there earlier before the elections. Miriam Evans the Fauces here the power Just a minute. Just a minute. Mia, yes. Mia. Evans. Panini.
Yes, sir. Good evening, bro.
Good evening to you, Evans. And to say,
oh, already I don't know
but I was no Bremia.
Fantastic. I had a Facebook for it. You see, that's what you're Munda. I have any. Now, my member when I was in a Menchao, Miniamaf. In fact, I can say for one person go with him go and it was say by
yeah.
By yesterday, no. Oh, now we are SKB. Any phobia, no, dear. That's what you know, stay no. More cancer and panona match that Ghana for my. Wouldn't him say we are so home? Say, oh, a babu, a bra, a Yankopon Israel for free, Miss Maudo Mokon. Or yes, even before I found Mokopodio Marco Grombono, where Genesis 1 man. Or yes, essentially, Israel for say, or no, Yankopon. Obey me, I do more free, but it drew baby. I want to be by. I want to go by Governor. What I say, Yammy de Tessie or Muffet to go back. Israel for you, Yammy, my. Even Grumble by Big Grumble, according to Bible, no, what just say Moses, see what Jim Ransam Nabagumbo by not being master almost my bosom.
Yeah.
Now, a honor in Yankupon bias as a manipan movie. Now, never the Yankupon on your side because of his say, Yahoo Jesus or the Jesus Christ in my say. Or no, it will be a bit my open. Or be bit my shampoo.
Or me wuna on Fampopa, your bonnet, my young.
Very good to be bit my abocrono or Jenny Bonnie to my Yankupon General. I can make what I say, Ghana. May I buy a guy 2 years? That's passe, Dr. Baumia Lusu, I would get 2 mono. The very time Baumia get 2 mono, Honum de Menina Yaganeda. My support to say idea no, because Ghana and in Africa, though you may lose, but you have to wait. But Baumia being as somebody who have lived all his life in Europe, say it doesn't matter. I think I will not win. So why do I waste time to maybe? But and also now, massa court to send baby by you. All this recount in Abai. And this is for claim in the first place. A man winning 300, a man winning 256. Anywhere, any place, and this is for who move out to know. ABM people, money less than less than 1,000 votes to Biano. They have to go and declare it for them. Now me grandpa na me percent kasa ade nka ebam utie me na kan percent all this season na na komu wini na ka yefa 2 million na ma omo say because in town ya hu bi pen na ntetu ya de Ghana ina ma Rollins because MPP for go the boy the MPP boycotted parliament omanko parliament. So Mahama want to be the supreme or anything leader whom he want to call himself. He can be a dictator, he can be anything. Eti me na me hunu say Ghana for no krampo say in tanto no MPP for abai krampo yampemo because of election year ko 2 year Ghana for nan kasa omumpe Ghana omumpe MPP o but MPP for nan kasa hu say yanto aba no maye MPP for no eti MPP for no rather lose MPP vote and MPP NDC for no win NDC vote because everywhere be NDC winning ye be and winning because of NDC for the 2 aba no MPP for na ko 2 even MPP for ko 2 ye ko na it's like kakrabi na ko to ma MPP near or hon enti na me I don't see any reason why say yes I go fight for all this parliamentary seat. Fine, they have because ABR now Mafo Adjum say Mahama if Mahama declare himself as a obey rule forever, me I will support every aspect of it. Do you know the reason why?
Tell me why.
Mahama first rule for Ghana forever, so Obe Asana Obiaba. It will sound a very good lesson for Ghanaian and anybody who thinks say the current metro about ya Obi and I say Obi I me boniti metro about ya mentuaba me punish any pano, but you think say you are punishing Abia Baumiana, so you are punishing Akufuado. But rather no, you are going to punish yourself because and let me know here. Mahama cannot do anything to bring even dollar down or even bring any economic hardship down because we know the man records.
Yes.
Records be Mahama will be an on far be and much low, but rather no increase no. Well, I did say our taxes here I can was a man and this is one of money abrena what saying Machiavelli almost a free be draconia taxes near you. Common condom ground with the taxes to common macheta. Common condom, let the tax to Ghana and the Mahama regime.
Yes.
What are you talking? Now, even bad taxi for boy, I can't say me. Maybe walk from my channel to Papa, me jai best almost 3 years ago. Would you lot? You came with 10% to crap. My source of brother, even 22%. 22%, the excess is only a 100 euro. Ubenya 78%. 78 cities euros. Now, banner for 22 cities. A friend, but even I can was him. A dear beer who told Cromanas, what the other now you know, who could tell be found. By the moment you win, the government tax you.
Yes.
But here in the case, Omodia egg politics say, yeah, matter so mao. Yamfa adenomra, yeah, mao, Obianco can you do what the Usika, what they call. And then I meet here, I don't from movement. Obia the 100 million Ghana city. Omo, you know,
yeah, which is very wrong.
The same person also ever catch yourself. Or no, or you hospital, general hospital fee, or so one person between and on a ban problem. Intermediate, none IFS. I'm before money about more precise city of Mopreno, those say be our Obia or Abonica or Winnie, and the number of groups are only a right to claim their right. But I don't see anything necessary with it because Ghana for now are rejecting. Reject no more rejecting. I'm before I can reject or more dear. And I'm man this is for quite some control about more candidates because of a banner to you now. Mahama was not a credible leader to lead this country, but rather no. Make sure say the crop for the better Obama. But what about we our own? Yeah, crop for the Hamo. It me who say, yeah, dear, who Hamo. And this is one who know my back. No pay be an Moyamo. Mahama said, Mahama Crumble will be only Yansapa. So who said Ghana for Bumpeno. And think Mahama Uncle said one and this is for now. Come out do a more fee. Comedy or mother be made the second document. Make sure so better my because me a short person this is only good life. Ghana will be better. Nature makers are say Ghana will be better because
you're making very sense here. Eh? You're making a clear sense here. Yeah.
Because this is only good life for Ghana. All the Sebio is a Muna Ecoso around no brother. The best of because maybe Akufa don't me me make away because because of me manu me whole sitting now. Dr. Baumia campaign, my sponsor Baumia campaign. At the same time, so even ya kwa kutoa bagono. Omo ma sheda send this kind of say omo fa enko to abagono. Me catch the more than 150 million. And no me sponsor say me pesa mo to abama Baumia because me say or plans and ideas to move this country forward. Manya because of say me yes say bia me wi a me kwa Baumia onimio. MPP no omo munim no nipa munim no but me nya obi omo nya nipa ase bi omo ye popular say do people know me say me MPP sympathizer and a supporter and I'm a member but me nya because of say me ye upper returns me ye because of say they have the country at heart and they want to move the country forward. If the country move forward no as far as I'm concerned me a businessman me business so e ko yama me na e ko yama me so a e che say o man me nya ho fa so wa. But here in the case, Ghana if he say Mahama mum, and this is one of my control Adiama Mahama na Wababe president. Say Mahama bet me at Yema Sempana ko beti assembly ya. Kombo Monaka Mutimi and live good life, or Mutimi establish or muye. Because at least Achabus were 8 years. Ghana for Vesa to a bet yamu. But Otitia Omusa to Tiamuya. What are you going to do? The point is the life will be the same. And I may buy no and I maybe the year, and I'm a na 3 months na come side me. Eba ko say yenko na emra emedidi.
Yeah.
Yenko na emra emedidi. We understand. It is not. It doesn't add up. But media, ne meka atwa to say obi e for kwambone so bi anya city bi na anya ne de a omonye manipa no. I'm sure say NDC for omafa kwambone so agi city bi anya omo dia. But now me go na nka me interested bi. I'm not interested because MPP have already give the power to them with the platter of gold. Mahama campaign na Mahama
eh. Or
Mahama nye campaign bia asebe na Mahama ka Ghana for.
They just use advantage of the world crisis.
Very good. And I know so Ghana for so omo tie no so no. And omo kan se mbi kira omo. And I kwa Asante region yanyewe amamu na enu ti no fine. And no Mahama ba. Say Mahama wa mehwe Asante region ne wa mehwe Bono region wa mehwe ene region and I nyame chade so no. Met maka so hwe map na region bese me sape and na we say blue o ma ganya green. E just Mahama wa sembo ne pomum because and no say yes e control balance obi ato ama wa we dey ya we Ghana president and na president so wa ye no so no region sin ya say hey ya jiwadi nti Mahama e na wa start ya we dey no but e no dey sa complain dey brother and obwa ya be turn the dua na atwe na se pa ma na hu say yes
calculation
o bet my dey na Ghana boss so ampa o so say grad ya say supreme leader awa je mo say supreme leader oni aje supreme leader there use your supremacy to develop this country, move this country forward. I'm not say dokono ni me dey nya ho na me Mahama I promise Ghana forward normal bebre. And the private school for you, I saw Mutimi enya free SHS nibi.
So waka.
Enya ehwe. Until from 20th from 7th January go in there, bro. Yeah, no, here in the schools because the man have already told us say the incompetent Akufo-Addo government has exhibited. Imaginable. Yeah, here is our schools in them. A basana, let's say, what Basa Babe, also Babe is Ghana, up moving in the right direction. And we are waiting. And very good, God so good say, Akufo-Addo so jaw economy upon all these challenges across the globe. No, what you mean say economy no, all say no, what you mean about 7.2. How they baby hand over the amount. And at long last, no, Mahama will not have any excuses. Say, ABI because was it a year last Nana say I started to do my Akufo-Addo. I'm saying, hey, Ubwa, Akufo-Addo for 8 years last in Num rough. 80 man for my schools. It's a boss and Akufo-Addo about the highlight now. Make sure say also Bebo Bosenubi. Now they are malad so Nagana for Numa Koso. Now, and no promise, now promise on Bina now Bobby says here. Say oba help duty near you now. Asema ma you can say nyansa bi animu. Me dem no makono. No bi aba fam no makwa kusi on the camp. Na me kono wa yi mu no ma na me yende.
Oh. Na wan kapo se ye beti so. Wasi ye obi ne betua osika na ma onye sika na akotua ma no. Nti obesan kwa di nsi no. Obesan di nsi no kura ka ho.
O tua me sika na ma me no. So onu di go si onu ni depo. Na de be che na me kono me no ma ni ho no ma. And I say, well, that's what you know, man. If you want me, go Jeffrey, why?
Yeah, so
now you look what you go on me. No matter what you want, we have to find no matter what you want in the pool. That's a million of guys, man. Me in time. And it or give me a time 3. Now, so me young thing. And yet the same thing I want to make.
Yeah.
It difference been in the room. But here in the case, Ghana was they wanted Mahama, all we all know, say now you're very incompetent. Incompetent without solution to any problem in Ghana. Now say Ghana for to miss out for transit, can say, oh, 8 years about until be anyhow there, you have found even I have no problem with that. The main problem they say Mahama have been a former president before, and as far as I'm concerned, he said he is going to do better than his previous time. Media, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. Say Mahama will stop the complaint and move to action when he assumed power fully. Because the Omoya Crocodile, the John Amoya say, I think Oda, you know, the
no, Sa Okujata Braquano.
I said, brother, maybe say Ghana, no, say, oh, Shakron, Nakron, watching and watching ye, no, Jana, Timicho, so we are from you must be you. Akron say, hey, we are going to go to your reception, Yama, Yachwabu. And we be that MPP for any opportunity. No, you go for a check for 100. And the same for say about the no, we innocent no. But me, yes, I come on a say MPP need be our government official, CEO, anybody. So I fuck one should be for our Mexica. Now the court, never confirm now what you Mexica. Sandy Pan, Empress Good Angelino. May I'll support that idea 100%. Yes. Because if you are now the Wunya chance and would the all your wives own you will be antum. I bet you will be going about obey family and amigos. Now I hear you and Yafi, the better, the better, will be far back door. But this is what baby. So, Mom will be no fuck one boniso. And yes, like by force, you persecuted. As a black person at offer. Never remember why is happening in Jelua. Evans, I will be one of the happiest person. Or Basana. Next time, no, will be in your position, will be making good use of it. Intermediate, say Mahama say, or person over Babe Akronfo, or Babacho Akronfo, but anyway, say Cronfo to me, you'll be no China. I never saw also why in the Dumau, because Cronfo to me, because if you don't know a Cronfo, anyone who's there, no, or grown up on a Yakuno Papa, and I watch you because I don't know about Magana and Yatimiako and him. Intermediate, Okujato or your Cronfo, but I never saw a watching. Until about what Mama Yatmania for natural more because Cronfo is open Yoko watching that Unimomo. Let's give them the benefit of doubt. Yaka say, Umbet me, I just said Manamay. Maybe make us say Yanko for so being channel because of Obian and Second year question by force. But my was say, why when he get your man and Quadia, let them arrest the person and prosecute him. My voice
Evans, thank you. Yemia Evans, and I attend in Canada. We shall for me bano have me so bedi into me command and Dianedi. Met video where they mebo video no bo we na mo antem can be a man. Na and can say, yeah, na said, dear, I had a akono. Me da munyina se busiam for ne na numbers no e won anim. Me hu numbers say ana ye me da because say asem na ye ka no e ko akiri amanfo tie ye watiefo enti no me da munyina ase ene mo bre na message so say wa ohwe me bia no bo modern na like video we mame na video no ntumi nko nanim answer me kokora no me the video we e ba be jamo mo hwe video we si na mo antemi nka bi ma na Mr. Manfo makramo me da munyina ase Esther Kebani ma Kofi Wilson, Mame Tumfo, Evans K. Ankama, Sister Akosua Nyameche, Phobia Member TV, Harry Nash, Mecheche Munina, Medamunina, Sinana Prince, Hasib Adam Gabriel, Mechia also, Medamunina, Sister Diana Pia, Mechia, Phobia Member Mechia, Mecheche Munina, Ene Brea Munya ya Moneme, Ebedi Jumai. Answer na me remember video we actually mo answer na mako video we sina mo antemi kan bi ma na makra mo ye be hia ochena
Daniel Mao eno na obeka enti entra now they film no cry now they film ye de frafra no cry no ho ye nka na ye de intro film na
Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1. E-levy. 2. COVID levy. 3. Betting tax. 4. Emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes.
MRP, say it drew election timer. Na amanyoko bia epre. Nti ne obeka bia ama nipa akoma dane ama o eno na obeka. Nti entra now they film. No cry now they film. Ya de frafra. No cry no ho yenka. Na ya de intro film. Na
scrap the payment of ex gratia. We will scrap the payment of ex gratia. disparities between Article 71 office holders and the wider public service will be fixed by establishing the long overdue Independent Emoluments Commission. And this will happen by merging the functions of the Presidential Commission on Emoluments with the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. In addition, we will continue and complete the Constitution review process that was started by our late President, Professor John Evans Atamils of blessed memory.
Emrepi no say edru election timer na amanyoko bia epre nti ne obeka bia ama nipa akoma adane ama o eno na obeka nti entra now dey fam no kra now dey fam ye de frafra no kra no ho ye nka na ye de intro fam na
will reduce significantly the size of government. And as announced in my speech at the UPSA late last year, in a crisis situation like this, it is my belief that this country can be governed efficiently with 60 ministers and deputy ministers. We will initiate and undertake the most far-reaching constitutional, political and governance reforms under the Fourth Republic, which will be aimed at restoring confidence in our democracy and governance systems while making life easier and better for the people of Ghana. In response to the concerns and calls from many of you, we will initiate and undertake the most far-reaching constitutional, political and governance reforms that will restore confidence in our democracy. We'll continue and bring to conclusion the constitutional review process that was begun by the late President Atamils, which will include a review of the controversial Article 71 to reduce the number of office holders under Article 71 and reduce the disparities in privileges and emoluments vis-à-vis the public sector and civil service. The payment of ex gratia to members of the executive under Article 71 will be scrapped. And the necessary constitutional steps to abolish that payment will start in earnest in 2025. We will also begin the process of persuading the other arms of government other than the executive to accept the removal of these ex gratia payments.
Emrepi no say edru election timer na amanyoko bia epre nti ne obeka bia ama nipa akoma adane ama o eno na obeka nti entra now dey fam no kra now dey fam ye de frafra no kra no ho ye nka na ye de intro
ko farmers awo Ghana ha abani otudi wanyi hone ndini ye kra abani otudi wesisi mu bebre abani wa fa mu sika bebre de da me pena me kan yi de koko no bono koko bag biala abani bokon oboton wa bochi oya sika 9,800 oya Ghana sika da no mu 98 million Ghana cedis one bag there's okoto 98 million cedis. Ghana is a share of cocoa board in there. Or that ban utter the Mr. Abasa, such a Mabasa, no Wafakul, no the cocoa farm and woman a being. Then when my bunny ought to be on the West in Italy, on the Wafa being, no one of cocoa farm and the the way it's in cocoa about the Biala or the water and Koida ban on my cocoa farmer 65 million Ghana cedis. 65 million Ghana cedis. Instead of my 65 million Ghana citizens, I buy one cocoa farmer or that 30 million, and that's extra 3,000 Ghana cedis. And see, who 65 and one more 30 million? A better you in there. A bunny do I in there. Usika MPP Aban Wafa, oh yeah, bag Biala Watolibia, Usika 35 million. We're going to present a Gufado, Union Baumia, and the MPP Aban Wafa.
Banfo fry bebano. Enya dia ebe easy.
nkre de ɛda hɔ a media de bia meka ɛnyɛ easy. If you say Juma, I was here. I was here boy bosso ding. Na many America ne say, "O catch nipa ne say omombo on my bosso." I was also bo odiebi. One can say omombo on my bosso. Now the debia na no meteye yakoto 18 Land Cruisers for Abba for presidency. Meanwhile, we say Sika Sema say, "Ye nyina yembo ya bosso." I was a president so a bonaboso. Ezu Omambo Wohui and Nafum. Idea a hiabotre, a hianimdi, a hianyansa, a hia experience, a hia honding. And Prempi, you know, say, Obi idea. No be so gyina nkyɛn a nipa gyina nkyɛn no wotie n'anum a otumi yɛ adwuma no kyɛn nipa kora a ɔyɛ adwuma no ɛnti na aborɔfo sɛ it is easier said than done. Wokɔ stadium a wobɛka sɛ spectator fo a ɔmote stands mu ɔmo ne bɔɔl kyɛn Andrea Ayew ne Asamoah Gyan. If you say, I'm no Becca say, Uncle also bonny say, me Uncle me bonny say. Enti Casa de Yapanokwa. Now,
as yet, but I'm told that Edugita Tamaklo, who was in court for the NDC on the day the ruling was handed, has subsequently filed a motion in the Supreme Court. I don't have access to that process. I don't know whether you have it to Samson.
Yes, I've seen a certiorari application and a different application for a stay.
Oh, okay. I haven't had the benefit. Okay, so as it is, I don't know the terms and the orders being sorted out. Of course, for certiorari, we all know it's clear. It's to push whatever ruling has been handed. But there are other applications that have been filed. I don't know the extent and content of the reliefs being sought. But I thought that today would be the final day for the collation and let's borrow the recollation of the pending constituency parliamentary results. Be that as it may, I don't know what effect the processes that have been filed in the Supreme Court, the effect they will have on the orders handed by the court. I have not had the benefit of a read, so I can't be too certain what they are. But if what I'm reading is anything to go by, the EC is poised to commence the process today with security provided by the National Election Security Task Force. So I will want to believe that all things being equal, the exercise would continue today.
Right.
But something,
Senior, are we going back to the Tesano Police Training School?
I wouldn't know where the police have authorized for the exercise to continue. Yeah. But I'm still inclined to believe.
And understand it's at the old EC head office.
The old EC regional head office at Rich. Yes, I read so.
Right.
I read so at Rich, the regional office. But Samson, let me say something in passing. Honestly, Samson, I have been very, very bothered and worried about what has gone on in the last couple of days or weeks. And I'm speaking from a background knowledge of being physically present at the Regional Collation Center on Monday, the 9th of December. I was at the Regional Collation Center in my capacity as head of Legal Directorate of the Bawumia 2024 campaign, and also as chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee of our party, to supervise the continued collation of the results of the parliamentary elections in Okakwe Central, Abikuma North, and Dom Kwabenya. I was there with some other officers of the party, and Samson, truth be told, what happened there, to be very mild with language, was a complete disgrace to our democracy. I'm sure you saw footage of what was going on television, because your team, the Joy FM team, was there.
Yeah.
Look, Samson, it is only by providence. I'm telling you frankly that I'm still alive. Because what happened there was scary. At a point in time, I was there with the Venerable McMenu, our revered Fedowari, and Ambassador Edward Boakye. We all were constituent heads of the directorate of the campaign. And Samson, the NDC sympathizers or supporters had besieged the room, had virtually overpowered the police, and at a point in time, they held the keys to the room. So you couldn't go out without their express permission or consent. And the chaos in the room. There was one particular gentleman, I don't want to mention his name, because I want to preserve his identity. But maybe when the investigations unfold, we will all see. There was this particular gentleman who was so rancorous, so boisterous. I don't know what had gone into him. And at a point in time, he and others literally held the returning officer, threw him from a stage that he was, dragged him, and hit him in his chair to declare the results. Look, we were all there, and really could not understand what was going on. Much as his other colleagues were trying to calm him down, I don't know whether it was a show of bravado for everybody to see that he was doing something spectacular. And we were there, the four of us, with our candidates, with our candidate, because Patrick Boama, the incumbent MP, for risk of his own life, didn't show. It was only our PC for Ablikuma North, Ekuafriye, who was still in the room, but the officers for Patrick Boama were there. And then Dom Kwabenya, we had been advised by a returning officer that the process had been stalled and that we will hear from them. So Makokwe and his group also left, and we were there. But I must, at this stage, it will lie ill in my mouth, and I'll be doing the service to this gentleman if I don't mention his name. I must doff my hat this time around for Dr. Otokuno. But for him, what will have happened will have been disastrous.
What did he do?
He had to calm down some of the irate and angry. At one point in time, one of them said to me that You have been coming on television, radio, and speaking big English for the MPP. This time around, we'll teach you a small lesson. But I remain very calm.
That's a criminal threat.
I knew it was, well, something at the spare and in that moment in the room, there was nothing you could do to justify any action by the police or so, because the police themselves have been overpowered. So I said to him, really, why? Have you staged a coup d'etat? This is a process we are all supervising. So what are you threatening him with? I couldn't be bothered, but I was there. Meanwhile, the imminent fear of being lynched was real. It was Dr. Otokuno, at the peril of him getting even beaten by his own sympathizers, who calmed down the situation. Later on, he was joined by Eduji Tamaklo, Adaudu, Amaliba, Adekoka. I think later on, Agbishiwoyome also came. And we started exchanging pleasantries and they spoke to their people. But the atmosphere was charged. And I just cannot understand why our friends on the other side would think that with this challenged atmosphere, results could have been declared. Indeed, the results that was declared for Kakwe Central was declared without 31 polling stations. And as to how they came to that conclusion that you can declare results for parliamentary constituency, parliamentary election by just collating 161.
Did I lose Frank Davis?
.43 523 0548 443 523 na yentio Honorable Alexander Kwame Afenyomaken, a majority leader in Ghana's parliament and MP for Efutu constituency, currently MP elect for Efutu constituency as well. Honorable Kwame Apom to den
Obi Apom ye medawaside riabre amama kwenya wo programming do masha na another so nancho de yaba the parliament yampo ntam na edwuma no dos nti fetchem then the main member
no problem
mama it's nkwaso there
it does
on Chebiana Brony be say you were called to the bar
yes
then be a lawyer
yes
yentu me share
yes
nti mama wotinkwa
it does
mbosi no wedwuma pare
it does
oh thank you.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, sure. My area in quick one, Efutu constituency. This will be your fourth term, right? Aduma fourth term. And Ainsu your biggest gap. Since I started.
Yes, yes, started 2012. Minya difference of 2083. Oh. And I'm winning.
Oh yeah, any Mike Hammer, able to Mike Hammer, okay.
Yes, and then 2016.
Yes.
Many Donata.
Okay.
And also difference in the year 10,000 plus. Okay. Then 2020. Many Nipamini Jine. And also now it was around 15,000.
Okay.
Then this time difference in the 20,000.
20,000.
127.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really interesting. And meaning there for a Futu constituency under your watch, no, wabe like a safe seat for the NPP. You can say that.
Well, for me, there's nothing like a safe seat and a non-safe seat. Nina Jina, how I ever respond to the constituency. Where you must some and I feel so election. Nina what it lose because what we beat.
Yes.
Wo and to be on D-Day so obwa. Because you know what was it Patapabi was it yes our own self-fatter. It now comes into play. But all in all, Majis among Tumunkade Amenkuti na Maya Juma or yeah team na one and until all these years. And now Mama will be at and was there. You win Makuno. Tabasha Dr. Baumiasu winnie a futu.
Okay.
And anytime I win you win together. Presidential and parliamentary, except that consistently you skirt and blouse.
Okay.
So 2020 day you win Juma pa
yes.
And then in 2024 because research and no will show them what was important to us in a Queen Biado there Dr. Baumia win into Dr. Baumia so many with a gap of 7,000 in the
Futu this year. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he won.
Oh, okay. A gap of 7,000.
Yes.
Wow.
Winning 56% of the votes.
Oh, okay. But generally across the central region, because the regional result surprised you, Mubwa.
Well, I am in Pede Makanpi, but me just the young parliamentary candidate, a week to the election, back to back.
Okay.
Research moment. And I mean, they be a me want to share. Now, I catch on there. I survive my politics because of research.
Okay.
Obi, research or today, chloroquine and what's out to the chamado. Oya win, obesa oyaba.
Yeah.
But I'm repeating, I am politicians, Yem shada pe research. Sanyi ebitiwa asama ontum nkanche no eda no ho a ono obotu waka wo wichi nti bo ndo oye wodofo anado oye wotamfo nti the research no will reveal the person's real intention. So amazing woman political journey no I've always depended on research. Oye papa pain bi na papa no so oye ndisi yo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our friend teacher Kwesi Mensa.
Okay.
Or we never. Now so be assemblyman. Me sha se no I de menyini wo. Someone and so tim nti na obepe masem. Nti ono na obem no so he was the politics twinchen. Na azena amre ye no. Se me peda me ye ni ye na de biara mizin kunyima. Or dem pe researchers. Nti be the first researcher me now not the graduate student be UEW. That was when I was contesting for the primaries.
Okay.
Intino primaries and the time MPP. You were chairman for pen what aba. Intino no koko wando. Inti researchers will to catch them the look. The most is your bottom a yonto. In be one way muda na papa me no cry oh shamubo there oboto. Inti then eventually when I made it in the primaries Obampeyunku for academy into no maintenance fee menu free into maintenance fee no yaro but yajitum then Odu assembly elections. So after 2006 me contest assembly elections. Then Mr. Father wokujobedu menyini wokujobedu into no Mr. Father nisi no mini assembly election because now researchers in work what's our one crane and tikojo be dubio na upa penti inti painful so kwekwe esibuna bana then mamefuni bi wa was Mr. no na was mama moko inti ono so na work chem and then was ato obono mbozin naze inti no but largely no onyame me bibia na maye na was to mam assembly election but I am Mr. Father nizin the kwekwe but that was reflecting. I still have that book. Research, you know what one said throw researchers know what throw response into no eventually they voted for me in abstention because I got to a point I couldn't stand the heat. Now by Shannon also into that war to assembly election and then my uncle for my classmate that was missing electoral commission which me for he was that was a campaigner man and that was it. Then 2010 now MPP only 3 seats were assembly anyway. Assembly was on politics but you know your politics so there were only 3 seats and I 4 I mean Kofi Kwaira a Crosby and on a Awir Sam of blessed memory now very yes I mean Kofi Kwaira Crosby and on Awir Sam out of the 18 seats until 2010 no na boy almost in the year tum na yenya seat no more. Into 2010 assembly election no ye me enwa na ye chim into no mo pai NDC nya 9 and MPP fusu nya 9 and then yes ba 2012 election so you see 2012 in the researchers no woman in feedback and me wa na my presiding member at the assembly what me a presiding member we ewutu efutu senya this assembly and then maybe the first presiding member were a Futu municipal assembly. So 2011, me winning primaries, which was almost a foregone conclusion because no big competition. Until we still relied on the researchers. And now me weakness and now as I know kutiam the oyabu fraba osa. Until no researchers in kachem that I should always create a platform and mutu matre za ba meye because in painfully pina always simpano na wadwe nya one day your MPP NDC contest but won no your abofraba dodo I was just around 32 33 it was a futu ye crow that wa a crow you know so I think that my karma image was still going against me so through the research what trends are so we got some debates organized and then through the debate, at least
you sold yourself.
No subutum then getting closer to election, we had to take a decision. It was a big gamble because electoral areas be what researchers in the no was look, you can new Winneba 1-2 more. All the rurals be loose. Only Jahazepe and a wapewasam, Wabatuamo. And now, wow area could you be to be win? Zongo, Wabato skirt and blouse. Wow, and Wijanum Akosio village 1-2 more. Huh? Because I thought that Akosio village, because I'm an unlaw person, they will vote. Work at 1-2 more. It's a mum waste my time or into Abasaba may win. Then in Pano one, a war pay into me. So we were guided by research in 2012 because my Kama had won by over 3,500 in 2008. And he was a big minister, cabinet, even at a point acting finance minister. So the researchers were guiding us. The Faha, into a month to election. Now what should do? Kodam sporty, Eko baby award to dummy, and Kofun way 15, woman 5 or per 10 1-2 more. Into
not detailed. No,
I'm for research in Zagreb. No, I wouldn't joke with research. Research, on obe me when you I had a politician when you buy a toto. So you have to spend money for the research. So I don't know, guide the 2012. Then we came into assembly election in 2015. And then you had the idea to me a seat nina. And also researching Kadi 13 seat out of 18. And we really got it.
Oh, okay.
All right. But the back at 2015, so and is for a boy and small kakrebi. And my other Supreme Court. Yan Farini Benjamin Yesa.
Yeah.
Or course submit in a form now. Na easy, you know, one or NDC or a teaching, the Yan Doye NDC, but or needs now call as an EC official. Into Yan Panya do one or answer. No, also Uncle or about 1 or 5 also happen. And I had to cross Supreme Court. I winning.
I remember.
Then that guy won. Or we need what a pay electoral area. Then we came into 2016, and no so based on the research, you know, electoral areas are been win, and honor so we got it. Then 2020. I mean, take me opponent for granted. You see, or you'll be our run NGO. NGO management has to do with advocacy. And you know, set people na you want your politics are say lay back.
They will take you by surprise.
Take you by surprise. That's a word. So I studied him. There or communicate pa. But the way you're communicating also, I'm sure sebi be taken for granted. But when you're already now, there's no radio station. So I was forced to open a radio station. Yes, because no radio station, and then also I realized that radio piece na me rely on or your one station. I open or then you first one station. Then me nyankum brebuka them there. Why them we radio station or cost and then Mizimi Hotel.
Sure.
You just set it up to start the radio station because realize that local communication are very critical.
Very important.
And you know, we took up the issues and then you wouldn't know.
It station of friend then?
Osimpam.
Osimpam
FM. 95.5.
Oh, okay.
Osimpa.
Okay.
So then that also helped us. And then or there, you go grassroots build. Because opponents, you know, the way I know kono. And one hour NGO management, one approach it different. So and you're careful. They are influencers. Into Azibina and Stadia into Ebeshana. So we managed to keep up the presence. So I was virtually Winneba, Accra. Sometimes, you know, open parliament and had to leave the family and go to Winneba and all. So eventually, 2020, we got it. Because
so now 2020, you won a winning polling station.
In fact, in 2020, I won
electoral
all polling stations. So you bought bracket war in switch one polling station. But almost every polling station was mine. And then this time, you enter into the supposed traditional NDC
polling stations.
I realized that if we reach out, they would accept you. And this time around, my own and law community had accepted me, except that this time it was still skirt and blouse. And then the Zongo community too had accepted me. And then we had the Fulani community, Zamrama community. We had one-on-one with them, and then they also accepted me. But except that now, party, you know, what to skirt and blouse, so we managed to get them on board. So in 2020, we really, you know, with the free SHS, you know, they now realize, you know, and then of course, some of the smaller tribes, you know, they were still using the alien compliance order against you. Into me care that bro be your friend my auto watch it. Mutum katsa ninchena me na kasa. Muka os Alex. Munto always the motto, always in a own microphone. So my abazin may have so rest in peace. Or your mommy paying. No so as I was here and papa. As I was, you know, go food to me. A kind of so. Na say, Bibi put the Messia, Echomuko. You know, the same way people still use the revolution against
the NDC. That's true.
So, many my kasa no also okay, obechim. Na asa yin kasa anti, maye yin de nana nanum na why embrentefo na nkete sia say yenya one.
Oh, okay.
Now what will fall. And then you know, you kakra. Na ye won krofo bi so wa researching my hu there. Wo bottle but our influencers be our strong. That is also one thing that politicians we tend to forget. You see, you can have a huge population following you.
Yes.
But or no wafebi. Or ne mami bi. Or opinion bi a
Okasa
Ote. Last minute to election, no. The monk of you pay attention to them. Into researching me you there. Yeah, campaigning in every youth, no. What could fear? Bondo obi owa begine bi woni fie ehwa.
Yeah.
Nti ebusuen panyin no oba mbesi afo no wo ye be 30 na wo fie ho. Na wa ka che won there. Ahwan musimu enyama Alex na mozi nechi. Musimu ko MPP. Ifia onye MPP fie. Na ebi odin se egu fom. Na ozi begina no oza akantem. Nti mbesi afo na wo fie wa bondo wo suro. We do odin oza akantem de inya besi awo. Ebi awe wa wo be say. Ebi awedwuma basai nti se dem ebusue panyin na dem benyin benyin na owo fie won ono control besiafo no se ntentum enya dem nyimpa no na wante wasa odo kitabe 30 votes on the day inya nti na research may hu so you go to the micro level any time into me politics. Wow. Politics in your them campaign, hey, Kofuji t-shirt and on to aba. No, yeah, mistakes p. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm saying that through research, you them information. Na kohana anyone kasa. Ekwan kakanga kra. And the ezine mana. 2024. 2024. I really paid attention. Me and BB were friends submarine. Daytime, me campaign. Esio na maso na me reach out to painful na
eko won ho
yes all day in your time menda ya to aba me mende wa
yes
beat the Thursday Friday Saturday nina manda because into menda e bia da kakra 1 hour or they reach out into no I was guided by research into there are some areas to be wa mentume na nsi wo kra baby to the abasaba abasaba na minyiwo abasaba na mena nan kanso
okay
ne danisi ye busua enwa ameka de efu marking ebusua ye tirunya abasaba nti abasaba research ni chemdo honorable enko
ebewin
be words wa baby one ye hwe oboto am nti abasaba manka ye hwe wo ho mamu kojo bedu nso manye campaign bia wo ho because was it hanu oboto atmato akosua village this time manye campaign bia oboto domiabra manko ho. So I was hitting at certain areas, researching Kadonabo, Ahanu, by 45%. Yakowa, 1, 2. You know, Mama's strongest hold, Diaso, Don Bosco Diaso, Mentuminensiwo.
Okay.
Because research or one in Achade was a Jumano Kodo. And then my mother was also doing a campaign. Into no researching by the Honorable Ekowa, be waste of time. And we were doing back to back. We overlap researching. All right. So a year is an and you must have time to read it.
What the reports never or
no, nankana enters it. And then all the rulers there would win. Okay, but are they finishing touches? I would say that Adum Keke.
This
so I'm coming to the point.
Defied research.
No, this
election,
research, the election did not defy research. Remember,
okay.
Maybe okay. And then central region, many pieces, you know. Yeah, 101 P. When you want to know now, is in common. You found the very vulnerable ones, very vulnerable ones. You paying Dr.
Yes.
He is a great researcher. Into reporting about anyone your clinic 101 and anyone nakasa. We share the report with them. Yamo Watasi there, central region would always be 50-50. Central region or 50-50. Study the results. 48% against 52%. 49% against 51%. 47% against 53%. Central region, both political parties, Obia won baseline of 45%.
Okay.
Apart from Atu Force in Onyamia, you're very stubborn. You reduce. I have brought NDC into the 30s. He has also sent us into the 30s there.
Okay.
But averagely, no, both parties have 145% each. Until there is always the 10% or
determine where
it goes. Until I kept cautioning the pieces in there. Look, baby today is Sikuma Dobin Braka. the PC was winning all through to last 1 month to the election. And you know, your final clinic na make there. Sweetheart, where you all phone. All of a sudden, no kado no car. Atu forcing mo make incursion be intinaro nyim. You try last minute rescue, but so Central Regions here baby abane babe party babe ma bonde with time no I there a party kakra so aba. Intino for you to survive no you need to also always reach out to them, which is sometimes very difficult because always reaching out means money. This election are very expensive. Now if you study the national results now, there was an average of 60%. All right. Now President-elect John Mahama, he's president with 6.3. Right. Now we have 18 million registered voters. So it means that the president-elect is the leader of the country with just a third of the vote.
Of the registered voters.
Yes. Are you getting the logic? So it means that you have 18 million and the one who is the president has 6 million votes plus. You have total of about 12 point something million people voting. And then you have 18 million registered voters. Meanwhile, you had over 6 million. But one to it's a big question that Indian political class we have to answer.
Okay.
For MPP, if your figures now, it's clear there, NDC did not really do much. And yet the NDC were so popular. And yet the President Mahama, popular President, Vice President Baumia. But what it tells you in there, and the Yako Parliament, I tried to interview some of the NDC MPs. Now we win. And they also confess there, look, one voter won even 2020. I'm talking about voter MPs that I spoke to.
Okay.
A lot of them told me they won't vote in the parliamentary candidates.
In
2024. What compare Zawonia
2020
and 2020? What vote in the Toy? Now I tell them that look, 2028. I'm not a prophet, neither am I a seer. But za otu about
2028
about to end this.
After just 4 years?
I'm telling you why. First of all, and this is for a promise lean government.
Sure.
President Mahama said there Obafa Nkrofo ministers, deputy ministers, 60. Now you have one overwhelming majority in parliament. A lot of their parliament MPs will become redundant. Depression will set in. Disappointment will set in. The problem they will go through worse. They may have 180 plus. They may have 170 plus. But I tell you, because only few will get ministerial appointment.
About 30 of them.
Right. Again, there will be so much expectation in the backyard of all these MPs. So they will come into the chamber with the expectation that government buy a project. Now there will be a struggle. The struggle will be the one now abemunu wobe prayer ko constituency. And once I wo abema where appointees are one MPs no. So somebody will be appointed chief executive of an institution, a lucrative institution, obenya resources. Or we MP
contesto.
Obaba contesto. Enya post. Then the problem
starts.
Again, bear in mind that President Mahama is likely to be a lame duck president.
Why?
Why? Because they will start an early succession.
Okay.
Because by constitutional imperative, he has 4 years.
Sure.
This 4 years, the party members in Nanyim there, so there will be an internal struggle for who succeeds him. All right?
Yes.
In the struggle for who succeeds him, no. It is not going to be better like that. So that would also have its own apathy, whereas those who win will feel that yes, we are the winners, and those who will not get it, the apathy level. So I'm saying that only the MPP for Yeraho, Yanjintum, baby Anyankupon Zene Dubiano, Yanjintum. Yes, she blame game asa. Yabati tu yenwegu. Yes, she blame game asa. Yabase party. Moti biano. Yanjina bro. Na yembom yanchi party no. Na ejuma ya wabim. Inde meka wasama ebi onko Ghana fo wona so. Mezibesi heyara. Na yema yenwo bosu mesia. Yema yenwo afe. Ghana fun bon the MPP where the investment in education, where the investment in what landing beach, MPP some road in na where MPP some where the means na Ghanaians will see. We are yet to see a policy that would turn the corner for the NDC. We give them time. Throughout the campaign, maintaining major social intervention policy bia. All right, we give them time and see. But I'm telling you, Obi, that I'm minya rohubia omu because me jiji chame de. Although see na why then esi. Nyankopon ke bibia chen. Oye obi awon oye obandan yankrofo mpanto but da me defeat him no. E bon the party fo no what the totonwa. Okay, san MPP because if by recruitment into police, other security agencies in Inara, MPP, you're creating more jobs for Ghanaian youth. If you compare the record, the statistics, more were recruited to create police visibility, immigration, fire, prisons, army, military. All right? It's there. With time, Ghanaians would compare.
Would begin to know.
So I would say that yenya yenwu nyina abotar yenya yenwu abotar okay yen hwekona yeba fodo yeba chechire ya parliament kakra na yewo no yemfa nko yenyim za NDC fu enyen enye wo first am wenyani mama mfa nko abokasem.
But even before ebe dem no na me one question on the successor for John Mahama or the potential to create problems for the NDC. I want to before the next election, or the way you be obey the one.
Oh, obviously.
That one would also create problems.
What I'm saying is that the scale of effect, negative effect, would not be as it would be in the NDC.
In the NDC.
Yes. I mean,
you sure about that?
Oh, because we'll be fighting from opposition. But will be coming from opposition. Yes. Opposition as a yes, even where there is disappointment, there is that hope there. Let's fight for power. When there's power, where will be any opportunity to be nyai? On all ye himo opposition ebufu no nkoso today abeni. I keep telling people there, and this World election, they had their own serious problems, but because we were opposition, they were able to
unite around a common cause.
Because of power, as against Ayen Yezen. But Obi, let me come back to the 97 issue. 1996 elections, it produced the following outcomes in Parliament. MPP 61 seats.
Yes.
NDC 133 seats. The remaining seats, were independent, smaller parties.
Yes.
When you were back here, you were friend then 67.
The difference, no 67, yes.
We were just 61. But that group was formidable. And I'm looking forward to leading a formidable minority in Parliament. For a successful 2028 election. How can we do it? Being collective. Obina Wanzini, Awa Wanzini, Nyabakade, Afenyo marking, I will pay the pedage using, you were friend then, Kojo means I will pay the pedage using, Ama means I will pay the pedage using. Now, we go with a common cause. That look, I will strengthen you, awuzinyi. Trust me, we can repeat the 1997 model and win in 2028. It is possible. Hard work, pay attention to research, and correct your mistakes. All political parties make mistakes. And this, if we are under Wenuaji, look at how we dealt with them in 2016. We won 169 seats. We won the presidency with over 1 million votes. Oh, there's one. They were not expecting it. Because the time in why Onampo, why rallies Akasakase, they thought that they were done with Akufo-Addo. As it chino, no, when you're that it's on. All right? But even that, and this if we won't give up. Everybody thought that, hey, it was over for them. But we're taking easy. Initiated the Kwesi Boche committee to go for do research. What's the findings in Beno? They kept it and started working at it. By 2020, they have successfully reduced our margin to 500,000.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And then money to capture
seats.
To the extent that they brought it apart.
Yes.
137. So I'm signaling the NDC. They shouldn't think then that they have overwhelming seats, over 170. They should take it easy. Because it has happened to us before. And they were able to take them back. If you had an election here, I'm saying that with a formidable opposition, yeba act collective, yeba kade pempemuso, ye juma, na yeze yanso, yen success story atugwa, ya chega fu, juma ye, and this is one can one is it, and bring bosono. Ghana for
who difference, no. But the other thing is,
but at the same time, Obi, at the same time, yesin to biara obe we must also allow us ourselves the opportunity to correct them. But correction does not mean that you radio do and TV do yashisha yenwa roba. Onos onye internal platforms. Itu mi chawaje. You share in a meeting you tum yeah pound for pound, but you pay or they there party interests inti project
one more
honors on boy honors on boy but party be lose election
yes
party be lose election but iyo onumun it's one say there or chin bi wo homo obi nyankopon ba manansa do.
Very well, but you've heard those who have said there per how our elections now the NDC successfully we reduced one to a constitutional observer group in parliament. Parliament.
Za AC ibesida. Music Mambo 97.
Yeah, 97 then, sure.
The 97 parliament, that's the second parliament. Didn't they have almost 2/3? Mamo figure,
yes,
they had 133.
Sure.
And we had we had 61.
61.
In the year 2000, we took over 40 seats. I mean, we had 102. So meaning that year 61 no. Ya full ya bodu 102. But you do the mathematics. From 61 to 102. It means that we had 40 seats. We took 40 of their seats. Now officially, there were 82. 82 officially. MPP. There were 82 declared. And there were 9 seater. And the internal coalition. You win. But we are NDC for disrupting yes, official coalition and declaration
from the EC.
Granted, there, I have seen the numbers, so I can speak to it with good authority. There, I have for no north, I have for no southwest, Obuasi east, Techiman south, Insawam Adwejiri, Ablekuma north, Okankwe central, Tema central, and Domi Kwabenya. I can say on good authority. There
you would win
with
those seats.
All these pink sheets are audit bibi into the union was say as and this for odubia wapata pano nan yesho. They knew they will lose Into the what giddy, but then you fan twinchen. Na nyankopon ya adom na isinya proper collation no. Minim de ye benya ni nyina. Okay? By the way, yamfa 9.20. Let me talk, make my argument on the basis of the 82,
yes,
right?
Yes.
82 as a 50 kawa.
82 plus 50?
Yes.
That should take you to 132.
Right.
Yes.
82 plus 50, 55.
187.
82 plus 55.
137.
Right. I'm saying that with hard work, taking back 55 seats, it's possible. And then there are two, this speech, you know, say, one had the 50 seats from us. And I'm saying that in the minimum, we can reclaim 55 seats. In the minimum.
After 4 years.
Yes, because we had 169.
Yes.
In 4 years, after 4 years, you know, 169 will reduce it to 137.
About 137.
Sure. Into here mathematics now, I know film. Over 30,
yes.
Young deducts, I don't want to make.
Yes, 169. Now about 137.
137.
That should be over 37, over 35 seats.
You use your phone, then your calculation, man, your mistake. The 137 if you 169.
Yes. 137. Okay, the 32.
32. So it means that in 4 years, NDC J 32 seats. Yes. But that's my yes. And also we have a record there. Within 4 years, you had 42 seats, 43 seats if you want Canada. Okay?
Yes.
Now come back to the 2016 elections. 2012, now you have 123.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now seats in Kani now you want. Then in 2016 elections, from 123 cross 169. Share difference are yet to me claiming. E 123. If you 169 mobile kind
46.
So it means that MPP in 4 years between 2012 and 2016, yes, seat and you lose in 2012. Within 4 years, you to me claiming 46 seats in 4 years. When we're in minority.
Yes.
In 2016, just 4 years, you have 46 seats. In this, I'm trying to predict minimum of 55 seater. I'm not exaggerating.
Yes.
It is hard work and a collective spirit.
A collective spirit.
That is all.
But what if the NDC with this mandate, performs to the satisfaction of Ghanaians?
Well,
which is also possible.
Let me speak to data.
Okay.
Let me speak to data.
Okay.
First of all, from this election, what data is telling all of us in there? Even the NDC, they were reducing. They were having reduction in their
votes.
The apathy that people are complaining, oh, in Ashanti region, turnout was low. In the same voter region, turnout was also low in voter region. Turnout in voter region was averaging 60%. It was around 60%. They didn't get 70% turnout in voter. They didn't get 80% turnout in voter region. They didn't get 90% in voter region. They are also struggling. Even almighty Greater Accra, where there is all the politics is, Greater Accra turnout was very low. Huge apathy also in Greater Accra, which affected them too. So I'm saying that Iba Bema from day one, because bar point will be in. Look at one foot soldiers here would do it. One more commander now was say Yazi. And you know what is going to happen? Again, I'm not a seer, I'm not a prophet. Now, some of these guys commanding these foot soldiers will get juicy appointments.
Yes.
These boys will see them enjoying. These boys will not get the same opportunity. That's where the big problem will start. So in the was the second DH. In the water on Freya on one DH. What to Tramon. Nyami Monparon. But someone share the mutual now was one from MPP phone was what I want to do. Nyami Monparon. But I'm telling you, the reality of Ghanaian politics. A lot of these boys and what you want to there also Bibi Baba busy. You may not satisfy all their demands. You cannot, by the way. Until that begins the apathy. And I'm saying that the apathy itself will start with the MPs. The majority of them will become redundant. Now, if you are picking 60 ministers and deputy ministers, you have even 175. That means 16, you can't take all of them in parliament.
You take half.
If you take into thirds, half, whatever. So even out of the 175 plus, you can only take about 35. What about the rest?
On boards. The one but to boards though.
Boards no yahin. Boards no yahin. A lot of them say be a teacher in a waba parliament. Now or a civil servant or a retired police officer or a retired prisons officer. You know, now the expectation out there, neither Benya and Kukonkitin Kete, a poultry farms are on. A bear business. So because President Mahama Kade, Oba, Oboboy, Jumana, and Crown Krona war grassroots. Why?
Yes.
Here is a situation I say you are going to repeal some taxes that will bring you revenue. You are going to reduce taxes that will bring you revenue. Every social intervention program comes at a cost. So if you are in opposition and you are telling government that look, we'll increase the price of cocoa per bag. Dr. Atufos no can.
Sure.
Also MPP won't increase the pricing. So as you are increasing, the cost component of that increment, it comes to government. So it's like government providing subsidy because you are not paying the realistic aid. So you have made that commitment. In other sectors, you say that taxes should go away. While the taxes are going away, your costs as a government would go up because you have also promised social intervention program. You see why Dr. Setekpe was trying to say they will free SHS in Mpono.
Or they will
review YAB. We live to see. I don't want to preempt. But really...
But the point they make here on the floor, Ebu Sade, Ubenyeska, Wahin, now what I and
they critiqued us. They critiqued us.
Or your admission there, I won't win Jashi in the kitty.
No, that's not the point I was raising.
Okay.
I told them there. And one was the taxes now you're introducing.
Or your nuisance taxes.
Or your nuisance. Even 1D1F, Yama in a tax incentive to companies. Now we produce more. Now raw material costs in Akufoma. And this was won't take. They've been battling with us on this tax incentive 1D1F for over 3 years. They've made a political capital out of it. Obi, can you imagine this is your company? This is multimedia.
Yes.
If government says that multimedia won't tax on importation of microphones, isn't it savings?
Yes.
Can that savings be used to invest in the company? This is simple logic. But NDC won't take. Ni baby what's one my tax incentive now? It was a scan by my hand party. Now what to baby? In that 1 year, pinte, they don't even want it to be tabled on the floor. My point is that all these things are Moroccan. You say you won't allow.
Yes.
Your regime, you want to provide social intervention programs, yet you don't want to tax. We are yet to see their fiscal policy and which direction are. At least we are leaving them a strong economy. It's a fact. We are leaving them with a strong economy, and before we leave office, we would make sure that the figures, the statistics, the data is out
or available.
MPP you're recording. MPP Jawan now all the NVTIs no ya dene ya ma one facelift. Yes, you see these number of schools. Yes, you see these number of classroom blocks. You introduce reforms in the educational sector. These are the STEM schools. The coastal areas, yes, these number of what friend landing beach. You be na yes asha once. Then we sit back and say that I want to was it too national once. Was 1 year, once in the end.
But one critical thing Obama on good start of a sort, the budget to take them January, February, March.
Obiman Fion, Obiman Casson.
What's the finance minister?
Obiman Casson, Mancasson. And this will feed the when you hardball, but when you will feed the one question away politics. Listen, I'm in a military government business, okay? Muba, most of the Murinte, Moya Patapa, Obi, leave the politics for politicians. January Bokon Pepe or Chamber. Man, oh no, make a show.
That's what it means. The first 3 months.
Obi. Don't fall for their propaganda. We'll debate it in the chamber.
Okay.
I'm saying there, government business must go on. Why do you want to pick and choose? The expenditure in advance of appropriation is part of government business, isn't it?
Sure, it is.
The 1D, 1F is also part of government business, isn't it?
It is.
The approval of the Supreme Court nominees is also part of government business, isn't it?
Yes. And the loan for the Navy.
The loan, the 250 million facility from the World Bank.
Yes.
The loan for the military to buy vessels. To patrol our waters. Is it not also government business?
Yes.
Why would you fight me as leader of government business? When I'm tabling government business, you fight me on the floor. Inte. Because this one will benefit them. You know this voice I will feed the politics. I'm going to what I say. The expenditure in advance of appropriation.
Yes.
August. October. We wanted to do it. Was one day. Because at that time they thought that we will win the election. So we're about frustrating. Obim Pocho. In you Croman and this voka that were majority bia.
Before election.
Now Croman.
Sure.
Even Supreme Court ruling way. What did they say? What's why a majority? Didn't they sit on my seat?
Yes.
Because on their Bassam C. The Bassam Ben, all of a sudden walk back to all minority. Because I want you one second. You see, they do politics the hard way. Now, so when you're a no why one that they are too reasonable. They are not reasonable. They are not. Now, opposition here, Yakwe. I'm not threatening them.
But now see they don't really need you to do anything.
Oh, come on.
Because of the numbers.
Obi nyabota. Obi osuan yoko. Osuan onyoko. Osuan yoko. Ya wanu enwu was bitu me kasa. Inti embriso do the nanro kasa Jan Monka. But osuan yoko. If they don't need us so, they need us so after 7 January 2025 or therefore young kwachehena. We will know whether we are part of the governance in parliament or not.
Or you are not.
Didn't you see the show of Osafo Mafo? Nana Akufo-Addo,
yes.
Adu Kufuor,
yes.
Gladys Asma, Che-Mensah Bonsu, Yao Ba.
Yeah.
Is it? No, I don't want to make a mistake. Koforidua MP.
Koforidua. Yeah, it's Yao
Ba.
Lawyer, no.
Yeah. And all the others. JH Mensah. Those days, Sana Wokita almost to 10.
Yes.
But JH Mensah or take it floor now. So be a Hunagro Morty, Anna. Obi.
Yes.
Nay, JH Mensah and Agro Morty.
Yes.
Akufo-Addo take charge those days in parliament. So they only show.
Yes.
Apreku.
Yes.
Kofi Konedo Apreku. Yes. You know those big names.
Yes.
Yes. Today, NPP, we have it. Yen former ministers will be parade ranking, will be take positions. We are going to face them not to fight, but we are going to face them on issues, discuss issues of government.
Debate.
Of course, that is what democracy requires. Intellectual debate, not violence, not confusion. No, we will not stand in their way, but we would deal with the issues and come out with compelling arguments. But they would see that we are determined.
Because you are a lawyer on the outstanding seat 9, no? Some of them when you were mentioning, or once our declarations have already been done. For example, Okaikwe Central, for example, Ablekuma North.
Let me correct you.
What is the state of affairs?
Obi, I'm sorry for interjecting.
Yes.
But what is a declaration? A declaration, properly so called.
Yes.
Is the one that has been lawfully done.
Yes. True. Regularly done. Yes.
That is the law. Is it Obi? Zayenya no mi wa ye. Ayenya yenyu che wo TV do. Yenya ye te wo radio. The Electoral Commission has publicly declared there or stated there those so-called declarations were illegal. So the court's jurisdiction
cannot be invoked.
Because you see, the law is that when an official act is supposed to be done by a body, a court would ordinarily not interfere. Its jurisdiction is ousted temporarily unless something irregular is done. The argument of the NDC is to the effect that there's a declaration. So
no matter how faulty it is, you can only go to the High Court.
But Pro East in 2004, Afarijan reversed a declaration made in favor of MPP and collated it properly. You see, when an error, don't benefit from an error. When there's an error on the face of the declaration, and then the authority so detects, are you saying that because he has made that pronouncement, he is stopped
from correcting that error?
Sometimes our friends in the NDC don't like debates, and I enjoy law when it gets to this point. Let's be fair. Why are they burning ballot papers? Why are they destroying pink sheet? Obi, I was at the collation center at Tesano. I was there. NDC for Obey. I don't want to mention names. Oh, na yetete. Now, enyumbrina ye declare suhum dinwe. Mr. Alfred Woyomi, he came there. He was leading the NDC team. Do you know what he told us? Not only me, na kabande wake bibi achem. Ose, oketchen in the presence of police for there. NDC foot soldiers and they were amassing outside and blaming them the why there. They've looked on for all the 3 seats to be declared for MPP. Okay? Into the man yama are not on pregnant and on trend to the next day. So the attention are before. Go and ask them if they will be truthful to their God they worship. Obi, if my friends in the NDC who were with us at the collation center will be truthful to their God they worship, if they will be truthful to all the things they believe in, they would quietly admit. They came. They also are not on prayer. So there are people who kill them. Go and ask Obi Amwa.
And he said, Alfred William no can them.
He said that.
Not just to you, but to
okay, not really. Police officers and won't to Mkebi. Okay?
Okay.
Then what did they do? So they withdrew their men on Anotem breast collation table. Then what's Wabre? Ye force, and what's what computer no? Battery no go off. On another 2 hours, no one charge. Then while sitting there, they will send somebody to come and cause confusion. Obi, MPP for ya bro. We've really tolerated our brothers and we'll continue to tolerate them. Politics or yabotan, those ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. That is what Ngugi Watiango tells us in Weep No Child. The ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. That is Asama Merkaza Maminia not on prayer. Is that chenere? Is that Kanakuma to Niyim? We waited up to 12 midnight. It was work computer and walk off. And they sent somebody to come and shout gigi. Then around 1 a.m. EC collation officer and also Wabrenti Yaman on Dakakra. Ne Yaman 2 hours. Or day yet 3 a.m. Also still Nino Dentato. Into Yanyas in 6 o'clock. The next morning. Then 6 a.m. I'm not on pro honum on executives. I'm as a microphone around 3. Makadeka can mugwari mebay in a general secretary. No so waba general secretary do around 6:30.
Oh yeah,
Kodia just in Kodia Frimpong.
Okay.
Waba ho around 6:30, 7. Just started collation in bill. Then they started their confusion again. I'm talking about on press on. And then it was waka file process in court. Obi, NDC him the way lose when win election. On years or yen. It's maza. So NDC on him the way winner. On kakado file or court. In one.
Yeah, but they wanted some sanity to prevail there, according to them.
Obi, share no call Odu baby Nasser and car. Embre
Because one argument is that this whole recollation or your alien
listen to me. Before those election the collation materials could be transported to the police training center, there was a meeting. They agreed.
Or NDC.
Oh, I didn't want to raise my voice. They all agreed. There was an understanding because what they were losing was. By the way, we are auditing other constituencies. Meaning they lose election. Okay,
yes.
But the magnitude na yehun onto them from the little I saw at the collation center,
them
Obi
at the parliamentary or the presidential.
Obi,
yes.
Mpocho. We are doing audit constituency by constituency. Ono na abon na warrior da warrior no, but make catch out there. Nimbripem no MPP for yes them reporting ya baba botugwa maybe today or win our win yes. Thank you our win abanga ya candidate no on winning yo was sake ni polling station executives ni polling agents no what 3 polling stations they were beaten and sacked. Then they managed to manufacture polling agents for him. With upon all of that, the candidate there NDC winning by just about 92 votes.
Based on the declaration made.
Based on the declaration. That is not even part of this. We are doing its own audits. Other audits are being done. But back to the collation issue.
Yes.
There was an agreement. The one for in Ambra Tesano. And the EC gave Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So Thursday is na the first 4 no and kweye amon. No start the way what the margin. On Friday we were doing Techiman South. I have for no North. I have for no Southwest. Okay? And Obuasi East. The Ghana Police Service set up collation tables for all these constituencies.
The Ghana Police.
And upon police phone was bibia the table, what the paper, what printed paper, what the to do, what label it. What started, I was friend and Techiman South. And I have for no North and this for Wamba. And I was started there. What draw social media that there will be chaos. Then all of a sudden was hey, as I know, easy for BB illegal. What boy? They always attack the EC. And then they quickly did a press conference. Because they realized that they were going to lose those seats.
But as part of the argument, they released a letter sent to them by the EC on Techiman South in 2020, where they had requested a recollation. The EC in that letter told them there, once declarations has been made,
a declaration made legally. You are a lawyer.
That's fine.
No. So let's try. Let's draw the distinction.
Yes. Once a regular
declaration has been made, not when an MP from a particular constituency.
Yes.
Because he wants a ministerial appointment, he makes himself a busybody, goes to another constituency, threaten a returning officer that, look, declare. If you don't declare, our foot soldiers will kill you. Watch the Tema Central video.
Yes.
In Tema Central, the returning officer refused to declare. And when he refused, they brought an officer from Tema West, the Onumbe Maye. Look at Ablekumanov. Woye Bibiano, Abrentano, what the video? Have you seen the videos? Pape, what do you know? Obi, the guy is like 6'9". 6'9".
Yeah.
Ne height no by the 6'9". Obejina no do bangi table. I say, more 5 minutes, I'll kill you. The police had no control. And what's it declare? You saw in the video an MP telling the guy that do it and have your peace. And then they try to calm their people that there's going to be declaration. The guy just read and said, you have won. Look at Obuasi East. A parliamentary candidate is in the Kashedim. While locking, a dear trace in there. On sign. In that one, if she pinch in the collation formula, why you win, then they just cancelled it. And they wrote the figures again. Wasn't here figure the cash NDC in his name. Now wasn't here in share. Yeah. No one catch a piece in the on sign. I had them a wubukun. Since when a candidate or sign the final coalition sheet?
So your argument is that once the declaration is regular, that's where you can go to the High Court. Your reliefs will be at the High Court. Would lie in a court. At the High Court. But when the declaration is not legal, yes, and all these returning officers have written reports. Yes. Okay. That they were coerced, they were under duress. Look at Domi Kwabenya. But your I think I read from lawyer Samson Ladi Anyenini on Facebook, make the post there. A declaration, no matter how faulty, any recourse would lie at the court. And the EC has no power to intervene. Samson and I have been very good friends. And I do not intend to publicly disagree with him on a legal opinion. He's my good friend. Yeah. I simply say I disagree. You disagree with him on that point of law? Yeah. You know, Samson, his law is good. I respect him. We respect each other. On this occasion, I think that he got it wrong. I disagree with him. But the determination of whether a declaration is legal or illegal, when will be to determine? The body that is responsible for doing that act. Look, the EC is guided by a CI. Yes. And there's a procedure for undertaking that act. And each officer assigned to do that work comes out to say that this is what I went through. Therefore, I could not discharge my duties the way I'm supposed to discharge it, and write a report on it to the bosses. The boss has every right to intervene. So, by the way, let me also pose this question to my respected learned brother. Yes. Can't an error on the face of a document be corrected? It can. A genuine error cannot be corrected? It can. Must be subjected to litigation? No. It is part of an administrative act. Okay? And at that point, you know, the jurisdiction of a regular court wouldn't have been invoked. Because you would have to go through the motion. Otherwise, there would be chaos everywhere back at the court. And you see, Obi, yes, the precedents I ever set out of this, you know, will be dangerous for our democracy. What it means is that in future, whenever a candidate realizes that he's losing, all he needs to do is to organize a mob. Get the return officer to declare. And look at something. NDC Fuyazibi, especially Okaikwe Central. Yes. They came out to say that they told the return officer that the law says that where you have collated over 70%, go ahead. Yes. So you heard from their own pronouncement that over 70% of the collation has been done. So it is valid. Why would you just sit down and say, because you know it's from the person's stronghold? So that's for Kaikwe Central. Yes. So my good friend and brother Patrick Boama is not in parliament. Why don't we declare all of it? What can happen to Nedeno? Well, he has his pink sheets. Yes. The pink sheets are available. Yes. So the pink sheet would have to be collated. Does the EC also have pink sheet, like the original pink sheets? No. EC would have to answer to this. Well, without EC, then it becomes a problem. Of course, I'm saying that EC would, that's why I'm safely saying EC would have to answer to it, because when there's collation, yes, EC would have to have its figures, sure, and compare. That's why they say bring yours, and let's go through. Yes. So obviously, there's no way a collation can be done where only one party has it, and then the principal does not have, and the principal says I'm collating. Yeah. For that one,
Wow. It's not the case.
Yeah.
But I don't want the Enuanum NDC to throw dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. They have to be very honest
with the Ghanaian people.
Look, when we win the power, you've won. Dr. Bawumia did something very unprecedented.
Yes.
Admitted, conceded, accepted, even before the official declaration by the Electoral Commission. Went ahead to congratulate as early as 9-10 a.m. the next morning. It has never happened in the history of Ghana's politics. So, I will say the Enuanum NDC for woman yen I am from Brenny Jumanda because I am a dachibi ebiana to one also. Sometimes when you have the advantage and you think that squeeze the other person,
yes.
Ebiana that could be at our own so. No obirisisu. Then one can asset the precedence
at the actual
because at that time
the exact document to read na wabuaye in a response to the petition of the NDC caucus in Parliament on the 2020 Techiman South Parliamentary election. Ebe final one. The point number 13, paragraph 13. Not say recollation can be done at all levels when requested before the declaration of results. However, once election results have been declared,
yes,
a dissatisfied party
right
cannot request for a recollation or recount of the result.
That is the law. Once it has been regularly collated and declared.
Yes.
So that is.
But regularly is not used here.
No.
Our inference.
Oh, but that is what it means. It is implied. When an official act has been done, it is presumed to be regular.
To be done,
the presumption
of regularity. Sure.
Obi, as a classroom. My law is so
very strong, very strong.
No court toucher, but
yeah.
So what I'm saying is that what EC said yesterday,
yes,
is not different from what it is saying today. Okay, be that as it may, Yenuanum NDC4, they were aware, they were in agreement that we should have the collation done at Tesano police station.
Okay.
That is why the police provided that heavy security. And they were all there. Can we argue acquiescence?
Maybe.
Can we say they acquiesced? And when they realized that they were losing, they now said they were resilient. So can we argue bad faith here? When you agree to something and you realize that it's not going in your favor, then you resolve. When you've consented to an act. Look, they should be fair.
Okay.
We are not lawless. We have restrained ourselves. We have been very calm. We have just accepted the situation. And I think that it is also right for Yenuanum NDC4 to know that is Mbrenye Juma. Dachi biano waranso inyanu mumfaso yama mbrani yedwuma yama isifo yeden woye hon adwuma menje de ye threaten won we busuafo yenje de ye threaten MPP fo yenje de wasn't potibata MPP fo do yenje de yezi intrant ta MPP fo do yenje de yezi yitru ta MPP fo do in the is one fenches MPP fo ochina anya careful wa wo fu soldiers would be chase wara nti yenya hweye ne mbom yama embrakwado no yama edwuma no onya asomdwe Ghana ya giyezin de ya asomdwe man ma yama damazi onfa akambi embaka yekebem kebin ene da ye share wa parliament o yefew ana
yeah
ne bisa won de e bazintina da don NDC for na wonyim de wa minority na wo prebetre yin ne godo na wo peda wazi basabasaba obi baka ya adam time binum antem ase okay
yeah
ebinum so afenyo market na enjoy do. Look, when it comes to consensus building mamfa in wo they know the length I go to negotiate and engage them but you know what me as
them
what me as so when you wire wadwena bono was your political committee one decision what's one party in your political committee into anything there was what consult political committee and when even you have some understanding they will come back and say oh, political committee was won't take. And at that point, you become helpless. Look at the government business or what's won't take. All because what political committee, which is outside of parliament, has instructed, directed that this one, no, it doesn't favor them. Now, you are telling us there, and you stampede one because it will benefit you. We need to deal with the nominees, Supreme Court nominees. Or business. We are to bring our 138.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
So allow us to table the motion. Allow us to debate it. When it comes to putting the question, let's say you need 138. Now you call for a vote, now you lose, and so you want some.
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Obi. So you should also tell them what Bahanuma. Let them know. There, sebi, oya business. Allow us to table it. If we lose, we oya some. Why would you say the ain't take? That is the problem they are creating.
It is no, because they have not agreed to the government business board. No, you would also not allow the finance.
I haven't
minister.
said so. I haven't said
no,
so.
Me busa question.
No. Obi Tobara, don't premise your question that way.
Okay.
First of all,
okay.
If you want to come up with a certain hypothesis, create a positive hypothesis.
I get you.
I'm saying
Let
that
me rephrase the question.
No.
Let me rephrase.
Obi.
Let me rephrase.
Obi, no, we minunya ne yaya.
Let me
Tobara.
rephrase.
Obi Tobara. Minyu benunya ne yaya Lowi. Lowi minyu benunya ne yaya.
Yes.
Uzi ne nansi ara. Amin sumizi ache kakra.
Ache kakra.
Bebi ayo kono.
Yes.
Minyu tuya.
Mami rephrase. The question I just wanted to ask today, will the budget statement to cover the first 3 months of 2025 be read in Parliament?
We have to cooperate and work together in ensuring that government business is done. The budget, the expenditure in advance of appropriation is part of government business. Yes. It's my responsibility. Yes. It's not their business.
Yes.
They shouldn't come and rush me in executing government business. Arthur Forson is not the leader of government business.
Yes.
He should wait till 2025, January 7th. That is when his mandate will start. For the time being, I am the majority leader. 2025, January, I will become the minority leader. Or I will be in the minority.
Yes.
So you should wait for that day. For now, I lead government business. He should not cry more than the bereaved. It's my duty to table that motion. So why is he so busy about it?
Yeah, because our consequences.
No. Why is the MDC so busy?
Our consequences.
But on the second, relax.
Yes.
On the 1st of January 2025,
yes,
it is MPP that will still be in office.
Absolutely.
We'll be in office up to 6th January.
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
So what's your problem? What's their problem? Why do they now want to rise? If they want government business to go on, we are granting incentives to companies.
They should allow
businesses that will help the economy. They should allow. 2, Supreme Court nominees.
Yes.
They've gone through their vetting. They are stampeding the process of the approval. They should allow us to table the motion. We have a $250 million facility from the World Bank to support the budget, which eventually will benefit them. They should allow that to be.
Yeah, but what say because of the amount involved.
The amount involved, is it going to benefit me or benefit Akufo-Addo, or is going to benefit the government of Ghana? Please.
Yeah, what's it as an incoming government? They should have a say in that.
Please. But they've always been with us in Parliament. It's about governance. Look at the military. They need these vessels to patrol our borders, waters. They need it. The military needs these items. The IMF even granted approval for the facility. The IMF. You know that coming under IMF, we are not allowed to take a loan. But the IMF approved this for us. They approved it. And you say you won't allow. Now you say that expenditure in advance of appropriation, that one you are interested. Oh, seriously.
But even if they allow there, all these should go through. Do you have the numbers to make sure it's approved?
I'm saying leave that to us. That is my business, not theirs. I have my 138. Wait for it.
No, if yesterday, for example, the speaker had put it to a vote,
Obi, in every parliament, when it is a decision day,
then
the attitude is different. Please. Parliament is an in, out, in, out. The chamber is not the only place you do parliamentary business. You have committee work. You have constituency work.
Yes.
So when you notify your member that today, 3-line whip, there's a decision day, you get your people in. So you wait for me. If I table my motion, a question is to be put. Now I don't have my numbers. You can now win and take the glory. And I hear them not.
Yes.
So why are you preventing me from doing my work?
Honorable Yambro Neko, my final question. You are a leader of your party. What should be the next steps for the NPP as a political party after this defeat?
We have to have an honest conversation around the table. Obviously, we are not perfect. Yen mistakes biano in-house, yen jintum. Engage the Ghanaian public with a new posture where they will see that there is a change in our posture. There is a new approach that we have in terms of the future governance of the country. We must above all be very collective. Be very collective. I've repeated this word the umpteenth time in this studio. Because you see, if we come to individual ambition, we'll have problems. If Obia Pede or a minority leader, if Obia Pedo or a chief whip, if Obia Pedo or a speaker, deputy speaker, if Obia Pedo or a presidential candidate, if Obia Pedo or a constituency chairman, if Obia Pedo or a polling station women organizer, if Obia Pedo or a national chairman, we'll have a problem. But if yenina we act as a collective, the Osun Kokroko party no but take us in the win power. No one implement the policies. It is a mini anko nessa amimokwa. Oye, on them paying for what's be there, what's be there. Normally kusinyin no bedre. Nessa one bought no obirba and a warrior ye and oye.
Oye.
Good. Inti se onye wunya nessa oya awu. And onya wu no ye wunya. Ne yenyina ya tase de. Impempendo a ye dui. Or de yeze ekru ye bi na until Wasibi Iyejuma.
Yes.
The next 6 months would have formed a formidable base in Parliament, work with the party, because all the politics will be in Parliament. So it's through Parliament that will motivate, would inspire, would encourage, or lift up the spirits of our broken supporters. It's through our posture in Parliament that obi anu buefu MPP obakade zamenwize makoma to me. Obviously we must even publicly admit to some of our mistakes. Onye bon obi nyimpe bi enyiwa mfomdu nyi no political party bi enyiwa obotu nwa akade ni bibia ye dene perfect nti ye mistakes no bi no se ya jutum
yes
na Ghana funyim de a high sin pay MPP fu na ajatum na obo correct. Then yes, success story no so broyin be say ya amplify ya kanwasem onu the project na za ya infrastructure ne say Ghana fu na we nwa be den bas ne hu nkofo ka de azi pi wa ya mpa ya kanwasem. All right, so with time all these things will get revealed and Ghanaians would be able to
judge. Do you hope to lead the minority caucus in the 9th Parliament?
I hope to.
You hope to?
I hope to. If the opportunity is given me,
yes,
I would do all I can to lead the caucus.
And you expect the opportunity to be given to you? Or your expectation?
Well, it cannot necessarily be a legitimate expectation.
Okay.
You see, it's a political party.
Yes.
A lot of factors will come to play. You have organs of the party that would sit, consult, and take decisions. So you cannot say there's sebe, or you bona fide. And also there, you have a legitimate expectation. No. The party would have to consider all factors and say, yes, though from a minority group, he's from Central and Volta. Yes, in Shaha, Obotuwa Yejuma. Yes, Kojo Mensa so Shaha, Obobwa. We are looking at competence, ability to deliver for the good of all. So, was Baba Shaha, was Obokoha, was Obokwa. Ebekaya, Yaba Bim first term. There were first timers who had opportunity in government.
Yes.
I did not have opportunity, even at committee level. I was not a leader at the committee level. Neither was I part of the first 5. Neither was I a deputy minister, nor a minister.
Yeah.
I focused on Zawazi Sherman.
Sure.
I ran my law practice and ran my business and did my politics. With time, the party placed me, where I was placed and currently where I've been placed. So it is all within the party's, mandate to decide. But I can tell you on a good authority that should the opportunity be given, I would continue to give it my all and work with my team in ensuring that we create a formidable force in parliament similar to
the 97
because I draw inspiration from the 97 group. I draw inspiration from the 97 group that did fantastic job. And I believe that with the men and women we have, the team we have, the current MPs, we have, those who are coming on board, say, with time, we'll make it. And I know it is possible.
Yeah, because you still need those 9-seat account. Do you have an idea when recollation over now?
I leave that. I leave that to EC, but
to the EC.
I leave that to EC.
Okay.
I pray that they get done, but I'm saying that with or without it, we as MPP in Parliament, we should be able to do what? Do the work.
Yes.
So we would continue to work. The next few days would be for decision making at the party level in terms of reorganization, this, that, how we would introspect the issues, have orientation for MP select, get people to put themselves together to lead the charge. Because in Parliament, it's not only the 5 leaders that have responsibility. You have committee leaders.
Yes.
So committee, we have ranking and chairpersons. Maybe to the public account. Public account is a big responsibility.
The chair of that committee will come to
us.
You. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There are other committees. Per our standing orders, we will
government assurances. For example,
who would be the chair. Other committees we are ranking, but whether ranking or chair, our team should be able to demonstrate understanding of the core governance issues and keep the feet of the NDC to the fire. All right? When we're vetting, for instance, appointment committee, you ask the relevant questions. You distinguish yourself. It reflects the party's image. And people then have confidence in you. Do you remember the Dr. Baumia series, the lectures?
Yes.
Those days on lectures and all that. It boosted the image of the party. He was one person. He was going around, doing this, doing that. Oh my Ghana, hey, MPP for when your opportunity now, and your bands, of course, like I said, there were some mistakes, but largely we were able to successfully implement overwhelming number of the policies that we spoke about in opposition, in 8 years.
Yes.
We are out of power. It is for us to now go back, regroup, act collective, party first, understand the issues, give the party a new image, let Ghanaians believe in us that we can do it. Yeah, in Yanum NDC, for they repackaged themselves, they rebranded. Ghanaians have accepted them. We have lost elections before. We rebranded, repackaged ourselves. Ghanaians accepted us. Obi, 2008 we lost.
Yeah.
We lost 2012, though we contested in court. But whatever it was, we rebranded ourselves. We set a new tone for the Ghanaian to know that, look, we can do it. We can serve you better. So again, the opportunity has come. In defeat lies an opportunity. But again, let's act collective.
Honorable Yedase, I wish you could continue, but we'll see a DAC. We'll talk again. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Yedase,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I mean, sure.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, yes. They come here. Yes. You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law. You can combine. You can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism. Do your media work. But practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Senior. I thank you. You can see saying 94.7 FM. After this short break.